Yo, 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 yo. Let me actually fill my water real quick. Is there ever a scenario where buying a second Battle Fury would be viable? I don't believe so. I can't name one, nor have I seen one. Hello,
Hello.
how's it going? Actually, I
How's
just
it going?
talked to you.
Good.
Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So I mentioned when I was just chatting with you, where I wanted to pick up in this session. I believe that the three heroes we had discussed were Medusa, Spectre, and
Void.
Void. Yeah, I have that on my list. Yeah. And so my immediate gut reaction is that the replay you sent me is Gyrocopter. So I'm curious,
Yeah. The car- yeah.
what's happening there, basically. How has the three hero thing worked out? Did you try it? Did you not try it? Was there something you'd like to change? What's going on?
Oh, I tried it. It's just that the hero that I was supposed to use for this game was banned. So I was supposed to use Faces Void here.
When you say supposed to use, are you saying you think it's the best out of the three in this game?
Sorry, can I watch your stream?
Uh, why do you want to watch my stream?
Oh no. I mean, like, sorry, like, can I watch your screen? Yeah, there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes. So for me, I think the best one was Faces Void.
Yeah. And you feel like were Medusa and Spectre both banned, or you think they were bad in this game?
I just feel like I didn't play like I didn't feel comfortable playing Medusa or Spectre this game because I think Gyrocopter gives me for example if I go against like I can push people out of lane, I can farm quick, I have stun. So like I just felt more comfortable playing him at this game.
Okay, so my question for you when I ask you about our plan is when you're drafting your hero, do you want to be picking it to win this individual game, or do you want to be drafting a hero that will help you 1,000 games from now?
Help me 1,000 games.
Yes. So I feel like what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm hearing what I experienced myself, which is I want to pick the hero that's best for this game, hero that I'm comfortable on in this specific game, and that's how you never get better. Um, if you pick what is best for this individual game rather than what you think is best to improve with. So for me, there is a balance between how large our hero pool is and how many games we get to play. So, and also technically how many games historically we have played. So for me, I think that if you're playing 3 times a week, how many actual games are you playing a week?
So 3 times a week, I try to get 2 to 3 a day, so
So
around
it's
nine
like
games.
eight. It's
But
like 8 or 9 games a week.
yeah, but this week I only had to get 5 or 6
Okay,
games, and some of them were the token issue, like with what happened yesterday.
I got you. I got you. So for me, if you're playing 8 or 9 games a week, my guesstimation would be that 3 or 4 heroes max that you are going to be good at. Like, it is way more important, in my opinion, that you are good at the hero you are playing than the hero is good in the game. I think it is a prerequisite that you are incredibly comfortable on whatever hero you are playing. So, like, if I know myself that I'm a silver tier carry player at a given hero, which is what I'm seeing on my screen for you, and I haven't played this hero more than 5 times in the last week, I'm going to suck. Like, that's what's going to happen, in my
Okay.
experience. And so, even if it's the perfect game for this hero, I I think it is basically a waste of my time in regards to improvement to pick a hero that I think is good for the game. I used to fall into this trap a lot, and what would also happen to me was I would play poorly and be like, "Oh, I just shouldn't play Gyro." And then, so for me, what I've changed that to is that I'm incredibly intentional about the heroes I'm picking. Like, I
Okay.
give myself like a very strict guideline of what heroes, like if I look at my hero grid, I know there looks like there's a lot on here, but if I give you my actual explanation, when I play off lane and mid, I literally pick one of these 3 heroes every game. And unless I get to see one of my like specialist heroes be like really good in that given game. I like these other ones you can basically ignore. They're just kind of on my radar because they're heroes I do like to play. And then when I'm playing carry, 80% of my games are these 3 guys right here. And the only reason I even consider these other heroes, if you look, it's like 26, Gyrocopter I just see in the meta a lot, and I have a decent amount of games on him. Terrorblade level 24, Void level 23. Like, these are my best heroes, so I put them here. I haven't picked any of the heroes in
Okay.
this bottom row at all in like the last 2 months. And the only hero I've picked in this row is I've dabbled in a few of these. And my point is that if I dabble in them, I'm trying to be more intentional about picking them more often. Where I'm like, okay, I'm not just going to pick one game of Razor and see how it goes. I'm like, oh, I've been seeing a lot of Axe, and Razor's good against Axe. So I'm gonna pick Razor whenever I see Axe. Like, I have like a very specific reason for adding Razor to my hero pool that patch. Like, this is just an example. I'm not actually really doing that. I'm just giving an example. So
Yes, yes.
so for me, like, there was a ton of Huskar players. I'm like, I'm not very high level on Huskar. Like, you see, I'm level 8, but he's actually one of my most played heroes historically. Like, I've played a lot of games of Huskar. I just kind of stopped
Yeah.
playing him because he used to be a carry back when I started playing Dota, and now he's more of a mid. Um, and I'm like, oh, there's so many people playing Huskar. That's sick. So, like, I'll just start playing Huskar. Why not? I like call back the good old days. And then what I noticed is people started picking Viper in response to Huskar. So I'm like, well, and also they have this like Viper build that maxes out his W and farms and stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's good. And then I'm like, oh, I'm also seeing a lot of Slardar. So, like, because I'm just seeing these 3 heroes and it's not my main role, I have this like web of like, oh, this is what I'm seeing in my games. This is what I'm going to pick. But where I started was in this patch is, oh, these 3 heroes are really good. So I picked them a bunch of times. Like, if we scroll down, it was like a while ago. Yeah, you see like a bunch of Troll Jug Ursa in here. Like, it's not every game because I don't get to play my favorite role every game or whatever, but you see a lot of Troll Jug and Ursa.
Yeah.
And the point is that I play way more Dota than you do. um,
Yeah.
so my goal, just real quick, my goal from telling you about 3 heroes is that every single game you bring to me, you're very comfortable on the hero you're playing, even if you're uncomfortable in the situation that you're in. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay. So I want to encourage you to play heroes you're very comfortable on in a position that you are not comfortable even. Like it's a bonus if it's a comfortable situation, you'll probably win those games. But like for instance, I played Troll like a day or two ago. I lost my first game after a while, and I learned a really valuable lesson in this game that I wouldn't learn if I wasn't really good at Troll already. I played against OD, and late game, I'm like, I can't play outside of BKB and my ulti, so I need a refresher. But then when I looked at my items, I can't buy refresher here. Like, I don't have mana. And I'm like, oh, I needed a Linken's earlier on in the game in order to have a refresher. So this MKB needed to be a Linken's, so that when I look at my inventory here, it's Linken's and a refresher. Like, I learned this lesson that against OD on Troll, I almost certainly need to go BKB refresher, and that's like, oh. And if you look at Troll's worst matchups on Dota Buff, OD's like top 3 worst matchups. You know, it's like a really bad matchup for Troll. So, but I only learned this lesson because I know very cleanly how to play Troll in a good Troll game. And I'll only learn how to adjust to a bad Troll game if I've also played 300 games of Troll. You know, like that's the only way I'm going to. And I also have to just sometimes end up in these scenarios. I have to. Otherwise, I'm just never going to learn. So even though I lost this game, it was very frustrating. I look back on this game fondly because I learned a really valuable lesson in this game. And I know that if I find myself in a similar situation next time, I will have a better chance of winning, which means that I planned for BSJ 1,000 games from now. Does that make sense?
Yes. Got
Great.
it.
So I'm happy to look at this gyrocopter game with you. But if we have a game of you playing one of those 3 heroes, or if you can, I basically what I'm trying to say is my goal is whatever hero you give me, you're really comfortable on. How do you feel when I ask you that about gyrocopter specifically?
I'm pretty comfortable with Gyro.
Okay.
He's like a Medusa with stun.
Okay.
For me.
So for
Because
you, it fits that play style very similarly. So he's kind of adjacent to Medusa. Okay. Sound good. So let's go ahead and watch this game then, unless you have any other questions or comments, because I know I've been talking your ear off.
No worries. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Since we're going long term here, I just want to make sure that you and I are on the exact same page of what we're doing here. And if I give you instruction or guidance more so, it's like I want you to know why I'm guiding you that way, rather than, more importantly, than what I'm telling you to do. It's more important that you understand why I'm telling you to do it, because that will allow you to come back to me with, I've found a better way that works for me, for what you're trying to accomplish, BSJ. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to give you the way I did it, but there's going to be a lot of ways that you could do it that's different than me. Interesting. Okay. I think in a big 5-on-5 like this, I would level Flak. It's a small thing, though. Maybe not a small thing, actually. But ended up going fine. Fucking 7 kills at minute 0. Okay. Have I talked to you about CS Trainer?
Sorry?
Have I talked to you about CS Trainer?
No.
Okay. Have you ever done CS Trainer?
CS Trainer?
Yeah, this thing.
No, I haven't.
It's either this, or you can always just go into like a demo lobby where you demo the hero. With this. But basically, I've done so much CS Trainer in my day that I can pinpoint that somebody hasn't done CS Trainer by watching one creep wave. Okay.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, sorry. I was saying that I haven't done that ever.
Yeah, so the reason I know you haven't done it is because I just see this, right? Like this, literally this is me going, oh, he doesn't have a good sense of Gyro's base damage, and he doesn't have a good sense of like when to attack. And then I'm just like, okay, it's not a matter of you being bad at Dota. Like, you just don't do CS Trainer. So what CS Trainer? Okay, I'm going to show you 2 of these creeps you missed real quick.
Yeah.
So when you're timing this creep, I want you to pay really close attention. Sorry, I accidentally rewinded there.
No worries.
So when you're about to hit this creep, I just want to remind you and everybody watching that you're like 6k MMR, okay? So this is stuff that I would teach if you're 1k. Just to be blunt with you. So Right now, the way you're CSing, you're walking your hero back and forth and then turning in order to CS. You see this? Like, your
Yeah.
hero's doing this and then turning. So your turn takes like a quarter of a second, right? So then you mistime the auto attack. If you add your turn rate to CSing on Gyro, that literally infinitely increases how long it takes you to attack, because this hero has literally no attack animation. Okay? So like, you know, if I'm facing the creep that I want to CS, like, you can even practice this on your, like, you should practice this on your own and show yourself what it feels like. So I want you to try to time every CS with no opponent walking like this. What you are doing. You're doing this. I'm going to try to time this is deny. Like, you can just you can just practice this. Like, oh, this is how it feels. Like, I'm just going to go back and forth. This is what you're doing. Oh, I missed it. I'm not even like intentionally missing it. I'm just... So the point is that if you're doing that and you're including turn rate in your CS, what you're not doing is making your timing window as easy as possible. So what I teach people, do you use A or do you use right click in order to attack things?
I use A.
Okay. So what I tell people is A stop. A. 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 A stop. Like, you see what I mean by A stop? Like, I'm A, clicking the creep and then telling my hero not to attack, and then I'm facing it. And that will make my CSing timing way better. So in these moments where you're against, like, Marcy, and she's, like, contesting you for the CS, maybe you're not going to get all of them, but you'll be as best timed as you possibly can. And you're not going to be doing this back and forth. And this is what CS Trainer is for. Is that for anyone watching, including yourself, if you are not A-stop A-ing or, like, putting your hero facing the direction of the creep, then you're already gimping yourself. Now, that's like I'd say that's like I teach that to 1Ks because that's in my opinion, the most foundational way that people gimp themselves. So then, you know, Gyro's different than Medusa in the sense that Gyro has no attack animation. But what Medusa can do is she can, if you use A stop, that's great and all, but it actually doesn't work for any other hero than Gyrocopter and Sniper specifically. And the reason that I say that is because if you look at every hero in the game, they all have this, like, when I click A on Medusa, she, like, winds up. You see that? Like, she, like, eh.
Yeah.
Eh. So the only way to remove this eh is to hold right-click down and spam stop. And, like,
Okay.
I'm consistently canceling my attack animation. Like, that's what I'm doing. And it lowers the amount of time between... So what I'm doing is I'm holding right-click, spamming stop, and then the way that I effectively time my CS is by no longer clicking stop. Like, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So I'm effectively, like, releasing the trigger rather than pulling it. So this is what I would argue 99, if not 100% of high MMR players do. Where they have this form of, like, animation canceling with right-click. And if we're trying to get your fundamentals down, what we can do is this is the type of 1% incremental improvement that you're probably going to lose the next 5 games doing it because your CSing is going to be atrocious because you're trying something new. You know what I'm saying? But in the long run, you'll have much better CSing. And so I've implored, I think the most powerful thing I've done for myself, and I've told every coaching student, is to spend 3 minutes a day doing this. Where you just... spam right click. You're just practicing things you've never done before. You know, you're just doing it. And then when you get into the game, I don't need you to focus very much on what you're actually doing. You can just let it go out, but as long as you're spending time on these drills, then you'll get better. The only thing I'll say is that if you've, like, never done this before, I would increase that to, like, 10 minutes. And then by, like, the 4th time, you can make it 3 minutes. For me, this is, like, by far the best time investment and energy investment for someone like yourself or anyone else who's trying to get better at CSing. Because if you don't do this, you're going to be randomly missing 3 creeps in the first creep wave, and there's nothing I can teach you that will give you that 120 gold back. So,
Okay.
that's why I'm emphasizing it. So, importance of CS Trainer. I'm just putting this in the notes for you. And I'm giving you this official rule, and you do have to listen to this, okay?
Okay.
Do not play a hero you have not CS trainered on in the last week.
Okay.
That is your... You don't need to necessarily stick to the 3 heroes we talked about. But I need you to at least be like, I feel like, oh, you know what? I noticed that last time I would have wanted to pick Gyro instead of Dusa. So I'm going to CS trainer Gyro, and then I'll pick him next game. Something like that. Okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's like my FPS is crashed. Where's my FPS? Cool. Okay. Yeah, I can see a lot of your, like, natural, like, I can see how you're 6K. Like, you've played this game clearly. It's like one of those things where you literally have aspects of being an 8K, and you literally have parts of your game that I could teach to a 1K. So it's a very interesting dynamic here.
Yeah,
because you haven't played in a while. Okay, so you're even pulling for yourself. That's great. You're going to... Okay, my question is, how do you feel about Marci as an offlaner? As like a carry player?
very annoying.
Okay. So, how...
It's actually one of the worst now for me. Like the worst to go against.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what is your general approach at this minute of the game to deal with annoying quote-unquote offlaners? Why are they annoying, first and foremost?
Because they like stop my groove of farming, and
Okay.
they can like tank all my damage.
Okay.
I mean, she can tank all my damage. Yeah.
I think you nailed it on the first thing. You said they can stop my farming, my groove of farming. Do you know how we solve that as a carry player?
Go to the jungle.
We spend as little time in lane as humanly possible. So if you're telling me that you don't like Marci, then what would reflect that in terms of what I'm looking at is you walk up to this wave, you rocket her, and you flak right now. Like literally right now. And you're just like, I don't want to deal with this bitch. You rocket him so he doesn't fuck with you. That's what the rocket's for. And then you flak immediately so that you are in lane as little time as possible. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So I asked you what you thought of Marci. My entire connection I'm making is the more annoying the enemy is, the less time you want to spend in lane. Your response of go to the jungle is on the right track, but we don't want you to just say, okay, go jungle now, this guy's annoying. We want to consciously gauge how long we want to stay in the lane. Or sorry, show in the lane, not stay, because a minute like 6-7, most carries aren't quote-unquote staying in lane, right? They're just either showing up in lane or not. That's generally what most carries are doing. And the only question is, how long are we willing to show in lane? And how far up are we willing to farm? So, like, are we willing to be here, or will we just die? Are we willing to be here, or will we just die? Are we only willing to be back here? You know, there's like some line that we think of that tells us how safe we are. So, you know, questions about laning here. Questions about laning, like 5 minutes plus. How far up can we show / go? And how long do we want to show ourselves in lane?
Yeah.
And this one, I'm just typing these out for you. This one largely has to do with gank threat or annoyance level of offlaner. Does all of that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. It does.
Sweet. So my goal for you, the problem that I would say 99% of Dota players who are not consistent have, which I actually think is a large portion of Dota players, the way that you fix this problem is not by memorizing Marcy's annoying and I need to push the lane with Rocket and Flak. You fix this problem consistently across all heroes in the game by asking yourself, how annoying is the offlaner? How long do I want to show in lane? And how far up can I walk? If you these questions apply in every single game. And if we get you asking those questions, evaluating the answers, then eventually you just ask this question with instinct. Like you don't even consciously ask the question. You just do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my goal for you from these sessions is to give you questions that I really need you to ask yourself as often as humanly possible. Like, meaning I need you to write them on a fucking sticky note. I need you to type them in a Word doc that's on your second monitor. That's up to you on how you want to accomplish that. Okay. Like, these are just suggestions. But the questions that I've typed to you of past 5 minutes of the laning phase, how far up can I show and go? And how long do I want to show myself in lane? These questions need to be asked somehow. And what I don't want to hear in like a future session is this guy's really annoying, and then I watch you sit in lane against him AFK. Like where you just static the lane like this, where you just kind of deny a creep and you're like chilling with them, and then you get gone on by the 4 and it's really annoying. You lose like half your HP, 2/3 of your HP, and you're like, ah, fuck this shit. And now your team's fighting around you and you're like, eh. And I'm like denying creeps and I'm walking up. Why am I overriding your camera? You're like, now you're sitting in lane doing nothing instead of pulling, and you're like, oh, what do I do now? I've got 3 heroes here. What am I doing? Why am I here? These are the questions I'm thinking to myself right now. Because what you're not doing right now is hitting creeps. Right? And that's all we want to do as a carry.
Yeah.
We want to hit a lot of creeps. So what happens here, if you purposely only show yourself for a split second with utilizing your maximum resources, most players in your bracket aren't going to punish you in that window because they're not used to it. They're not used to people calculating this shit. You get higher up because you calculate this shit, and then what ends up happening is it comes down to, I think I need to be gone in the next second. I'm going to do this and that, and I think it'll buy me enough time to do that. And then you know that I'm trying to do that, and you think you can call my bluff and kill me anyway, or do something, or you give up. Basically, it's like, who knows their limits better? You know?
Yeah.
But what I see a lot in like 6-7K is people are not consciously asking themselves these questions, like how long do I show in lane and stuff, and then they just end up in these random ass fights. They end up like staying longer than they need to. And what I'm basically teaching you by virtue of asking these questions is what fights do I want to take part in, and when do I want to be farming. And so in general, I'm trying to avoid you being dragged into fights like I just witnessed, where if at 640 you rocketed the Marcy and flacked, you weren't even here for any of this shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what we want to be teaching you as a carry. You would have flacked that wave. You probably would have walked backwards, tried to farm this small camp, maybe stacked it and farmed it with the next flack. Depends on timing. That's what you would have done. And then you probably would have pulled the small camp at like 715 here and farmed back here instead. Like, this is all just hitting creeps. That's all you're doing. And it's a creatable situation by you. A lot of carry players don't realize just how much they're doing to drag themselves into fights. They don't realize how many of fights that they can theoretically avoid taking. The biggest thing about carries is we don't mind fighting, but we want to choose when we fight. We don't want to be stuck in a fight. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So these questions I showed you are my way of trying to teach you how to avoid these fights that you don't want to be a part of. Any questions or comments, thoughts?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, let's continue. Oops, I accidentally fast forwarded 10 seconds. Oh, it's paused. I was like, what's happening? Okay. What I've tend to notice as a carry player is when I get dragged into one fight I don't want to be into, it goes way longer than it should. I end up in like 4 more fights, and then I leave lane like this or some shit. It's very snowbally. So generally, you buy the quelling so that when you're jungling, the reason why you buy the quelling on Gyro, I think you asked me this question. Maybe it was somebody else.
Yeah. I think to... Oh, it was me. I think it's to cut the tree for vision, right?
Yeah, so you'd cut this tree here, and then you'd cut this tree here, and then your flak's not going to miss this second camp here. Right here.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why you have the quelling blade. So if you're... Like, this is why you either play Gyro 20 times, or I need you not to play Gyro. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that is very unique to, like, Gyro. Like, very unique to Gyro.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, other heroes kind of have this, but, like, the idea of, like, the vision aspect, making sure you get the creeps, that's very Gyro. So, I don't think it's good for us to play heroes that our GPM would just be 300 higher if we were comfortable on the hero. You know, like, it's just not good. Or maybe 300's more, 100 higher. Okay, so, I mean, you're doing the natural, like, farming 2 camps at once, stacking them when you do it. Okay, you showed up to a fight. I mean, for me, when you do this and you see a fight going on, my question is, based on your resources and situation as a carry, do you want, like, what, are you, like, excited to go to this fight? What are your thoughts when you go to this sort of fight that's bottom right now?
I just wanted to help as much as I can. Like, my goal wasn't to, like, get kills. Like, I just wanted experience or at least assist for, like, extra gold. So I'd, like, just throw in my ult or, like, throw in my stun and leave.
So your goal is, if your goal is to get gold and experience, I need you to go here.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm saying is that if your goal is to be here's how I look at carry. When I'm either, at every moment in the game, I'm either super strong thinking I'm ready to fight whenever. It can be at 8 minutes, meaning like I had a really good start to the lane and I have Chronosphere or whatever, and I'm ready to fight. And so I can be ready to be like, oh, there's a fight going on, I'm going to go. But there's games where, like, I think you're like 5th or 6th on the net worth. I may be wrong. You are 4th. Okay, so you're 4th on the net worth. So I was thinking you're like in the middle of the pack. That's where I was thinking you were at. You're a little bit above the middle of the pack. But for me, Gyrocopter is a carry that can show up to fights, but he's also, like, the way I play as carry, and I think most people should embrace this, is that if there's a wave to farm very close to you, we should take care of that first and maybe look to TP to a fight if it's still going. So, like, in this case, like, I would want you to go here immediately. And what that's going to do is that if this fight keeps going, somebody on their team is going to, like, TP mid to defend this tower, or the tower is just going to, like, take half its HP and damage. And if they don't TP there, it takes half HP and damage. If they do TP there, then you might have a way better opportunity to go bottom and help the fight. Does that make sense? What I'm going for? So,
yeah.
I think the first 15 minutes of the game as carry is almost purely gauging how much farm I can be getting whenever I see a fight break out. And I need you to be able to tell me what that is before you decide to go to fights. Because I need you to be consciously aware of what you're turning down to go to the fight. What I'm basically encouraging you is, what is the cost of going to this fight? The cost is your time. You're spending like 20, 40 seconds, mana, HP. You might die, so there's like a risk factor. And these things are a shit ton of unknowns, okay? Meaning, like, how long is the fight going to be? How much HP are you going to lose? How much mana are you going to use? How many kills are you going to get? These are all unknowns. So it's much more difficult to gauge that. So what I would want you to be able to say to me is, I willingly gave up that mid wave, the next mid wave, pressure on the mid tower, and stacking ancients in order to go to this fight. Like, that's what I could have done during this time. And that would be what I want to be your gut response to any fight you show up to. Is, what could I have done instead? What could I have farmed, basically. And what's going to happen is there's going to be times where the farm you're missing is really not that important because you've thought about this a lot. You're like, oh, maybe I'd get 5 creeps or something. There's 1 jungle camp, and that's it. Or go to this fight. So it's like, okay, even if I don't help that much, it's probably worth going to this fight because, I'm missing 1 jungle camp. It's 10:40. There's only 1 jungle camp left. Let's say like this mid wave is like up here because like tier 1 tower is already gone. This wave's like all the way up here. These 2 camps are already farmed. Yeah, go to this fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how carries at the highest level decide if they go to fights. It just boils down to understanding how much farms around them, how much are they giving up, and then they're making an opportunity cost choosing to go to the fight. So,
Got it.
When choosing fights, this is important for like analyzing your own games as well. Like you can watch your own games back. Draw attention not to what is happening or what you want out of the fight, but instead what farm are you missing by going. So we want that the farm that you're missing is much easier to calculate. It's like it's 2 creep waves, a jungle camp, and a stack. It's like that's like very easy to calculate. You know what I mean? As opposed to how many heroes are gonna die, how long is it gonna take me? That's very difficult. And usually the team fight ends up being a vibe check. Meaning like, okay, I'm gonna miss a whole creep wave, but the vibe check of this team fight seems better than that. But we need you doing the first part first. Any questions or comments?
Okay. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff I'm teaching you is order of operations. You've probably got the tools of like half the stuff I want you to do. I'm just going to flip the order of operations, the priorities for you as a carry player. In this case, we're shifting it towards farming. So like the exact timer on the map right now, what I would have imagined is you had walked mid, cleared this wave, you'd be about to hit mid tower, and then you're looking at this fight deciding whether or not you're going to TP. That's how I would have approached this situation. Just for your exact understanding of what I think is optimal.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I understand.
Cool. If we can farm away from fights and then TP to them rather than walk to them, it's like infinitely better. Because then we're giving ourselves a choice to show up to this fight or not. While we're farming. Rather than missing farm and walking to the fight.
Oh my god, yeah. That was the worst ultimate of my life.
Yeah, we're not talking about it. That's because you're a silver tier gyro who's played him probably once in the last 3 months. This isn't like meant to slander you. It's like I'm not gonna judge you based on the fact that you missed that ulti. I'm just telling you what I see and why it's happening. So I'm trying to kind of draw a clear causal connection consequence thing of like why I'm telling you not to do that. You know, I grossly overestimated my competence on heroes for some time, for a really long time, actually. And I would encourage you and everybody watching to purposely underestimate your potential on heroes, meaning your skill level on them. Like, purposely do that. Be like, okay, I only have 300 games of this hero. Is that enough? You know, it's not meant to be like make you insecure or lose your confidence. But I think a lot of us need that reality check of what the difference is. Like, I forgot about this until I really started grinding only carry again. And I was like, wow, playing heroes I've played 500 times, this is so easy. I was just like, wow, I haven't played Troll in like a year, but I've played him 400 times. So this feels like riding a bike. But then I'm like, well, I'm learning Viper and I suck. And it's like, well, on paper, Viper has like 2 buttons, you know, but I don't understand the hero's limits. I don't know what he does. I don't know his items, you know? So yeah, for you, it's that's what I'm trying to show you is you're going to do stupid shit when you're learning heroes. So we don't want you to learn a hero and then not pick it anymore, because then you only spend your games doing stupid shit. um, which I can attest to having done for many years. So same thing here. You're going to a fight mid. I think you're already getting what I'm going for. You're not really paying attention to where creep waves are. So your fundamentals of carry that we really need to hammer down to you is when you're jungling, I need you, if I were to ask you in a split second where you're going next, you'd have to be able to instantly answer me. Like,
yeah,
I would be telling, like, if you asked me that question, I'd be like, top lane. Like, that's what I'd say, right? And so that's what I need you to get to. And for me, it's through these questions of, I'd say between, I'm just going to put maybe 10 to 17 minutes. I mean, actually, I'll just say 10 minutes onwards. This applies literally all state of the game. In theory, your goal is to be able to know exactly where every lane is if someone were to pause, ask you, and the minimap is gone. Like, right now, you'd be able to be like, okay, yeah, top lane's about to push into top tower, bottom lane's like right around where my tier 1 is, and mid lane's at the mid one tier 1 tower. Like, if I pause the game right now, you'd have to be able to tell me that. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
This is the shit that is really fucking important for carry players. Like, this shit is beyond important. This shit is what makes you do a better job of the question I typed previously, which is when choosing fights, draw attention not to what's happening in the fight, but instead what farm you're missing. Because if you know where all the lanes are, you would know that, oh, there's 2 range creeps here. This lane's going to be in my tower in 15 seconds. So if I go to any fight in the next 15 seconds, I'm missing 9 creeps here. Like, that's what you would know.
Yeah.
Right? And so then all of a sudden, rather than thinking, what can I get out of this fight? You're like, shit, I'm giving up a tier 1 tower potentially and, 11 creeps. That's like 500 gold. A lot of fucking gold. So, I mean, like, what I tell carry players, even supports, is like, this needs to never happen right here. I don't care what else is happening in the game. Every time a creep dies under tower, you're not even going to it. Holy shit. You actually left the fight and ignored it. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen, man. There's a bajillion aspects of Dota, and there's gonna be times where you get randomly caught out of position. You're gonna feed like an idiot. That's gonna happen. It happens to me, and I play a lot more Dota than you. Okay, but what I need is, I know we talked about like the ADHD and trouble focusing on the same task, but what I implore you to do from today's session is every ounce of energy in your willpower, and let me know later what goes wrong, what gets in the way, because I'm not going to act like I fully understand ADHD and how it plays out in Dota. But what we need is for you to be able to tell me that stuff, and that's what our goal is, I'd say, in the immediate future. Like, this can be the next week worth of work, it can be the next month. For me, once I see what you're doing, once you're kind of spent more time on that, I'll see like how many skills have you already developed that like capitalize on doing this. So maybe what that means is you did it in the past, but since you haven't played in a while, you're not doing it right now. I just don't know what I'm going to see, basically. But the biggest thing that I'm trying to say is that this keen sense of where these creep waves are and not missing them in order to go to fights is absolutely critical. For you to develop your consistency as a carry player. So if we combine this evaluation of how long you show in lane during the laning phase, like 5 to 8 minutes, 5 to 10, give or take, because generally 5 to 10 minutes or so, most of your farm is in this area, maybe going back here, and maybe going over here, but like you don't go much outside of this. Like, this is pretty much where you are from 5 to 10 minutes in most games and most situations. It doesn't mean you're not allowed to go elsewhere, but that's most of what you're doing. So the entire thing you're gauging is how long do I show in lane and how far up do I go? That's what you're doing from 5 to 10 minutes. Past that, developing a keen sense of where are all the creep waves, making sure that while I'm jungling, I'm like scooping up creep waves. I'm pushing them when there's a team fight going on. Basically, everything I see in the game is through the lens of, oh, I can go push that creep wave now. Oh, I need to go get that creep wave now. Do you see what I mean? You interpret fights that way.
Yeah.
And that's what we want you doing. Any questions about implementing that? Thoughts that rattle off in your head, or just something to digest for now?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
cool.
you.
Yep. Cool, man. Okay. So a lot of you. Oh shit! What'd I do? I must have been holding spacebar or something. So in this case, a lot of carry is understanding: do I go for the next wave or not? When I clear a creep wave, am I now going to the jungle or am I going to the next wave? That's a decision you make every single time you clear a creep wave. Okay. And the most common factor for this is just, where are my teammates? How alone am I? Like, what's going on in the game? So like right now, you have a bunch of teammates with you and you see Marcy bottom. So I really need you to go to the next creep wave here instead of jungling. And so what ends up happening is your teammates smoke and this just sits here. And if I'm the opponent and I just saw 3 heroes right here, and then this wave has 0 on it, kind of obvious what's going on. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So much of your decision, I don't need you to worry about smoke ganking properly. I don't need you to know about any of this shit. I need you to know when you walk up to a creep wave, you're asking yourself the question, am I going for another one?
Yeah. Sorry.
And the reason why I think this question is so beautiful is because think about how much information you need to collect to accurately answer that question. When I walk up to a creep wave, am I going for another one? It literally forces you to check the minimap. It forces you to check where your teammates are, if you see any opponents. It forces you to perhaps check their items, check their cooldowns. I think it forces you to check a shit ton of stuff to accurately answer that question. And I don't need you to do perfectly at checking all of this stuff. I need you to ask yourself the question over the course of 1,000 games, and you'll just get way better at checking shit. So rather than, like earlier you told me you have trouble like consistently focusing on doing the things that you know how to do, checking items, stuff like this. What I need you to do is focus on the question. And then to answer your own question, you will naturally be like, oh, I should go check the minimap now. You don't have to remember to check the minimap. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's much easier to remember the questions than it is to remember the tasks that go into these questions. Because instead of remembering a laundry list of tasks, we can slowly teach ourselves these instinctual questions that then trigger us. It's the same thing as saying, every time I walk up to a creep wave, I need to ask myself this question. It's the same thing as every time I feel hungry, I do this. You know? It's like, that's what I want it to feel like to you. Like, oh, I see this happens. Like, I see a donut, I eat it. It's like, I see a creep wave, I ask this question. Just Pavlov yourself. Basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Questions?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
Does this feel digestible for you? Like, does this work with the way that you think, or am I speaking a different language right now?
Yeah, it definitely works.
Okay. And there's no wrong answer to that question. I just need honesty. Okay. So in this case, we saw a bunch of heroes bottom, so I need you to walk at this creep wave top. It's not that I need you to kill this creep wave. I need you to walk towards the jungle farm that is aggressive because of what I see here. Yeah. Basically, the more information I have in the game, meaning like how much I know of where everybody is, who's casting their spells, that kind of stuff, the more likely it is that I advance on the map, that I go somewhere away from my base. So in this case, you actually have 2 choices. You could go here, or you can go here. And if you were to go here, then you would farm these 2 camps along the way. Like, you're not skipping camps, but you're farming towards this stuff. And the whole idea is, I can just tell you as your teammate, and it's not because I'm demonizing you. This is why people hate when carries are farming, because they see this. They lose this fight, and their gyro's over here. You know? the thing is, people get so bent out of shape about this. They get so triggered by carries AFK farming because Dota's been around for such a long time and it's such like a toxic dynamic that I'll be you and I have walked here and I'm killing this tower and they'll be like, "Where's my gyro?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't have my ags yet and I'm killing a tower." You know, it's like that's what I'm doing. But the point is that when there's a fight going on and we have all this information and we're retreating, that's not good. We need to clean that up really hard. So I'll just say this. I'm giving you a lot of questions today. The most important takeaways, just so I don't lose you, meaning like I don't want to overwhelm you. I really need you to do CS Trainer for, I would say, try it for 10 minutes a day that you play for a little while because you just haven't done it at all. And you can eventually work your way down to like 3 minutes. Okay. It's a little boring, but trust me, I can guarantee you will immediately feel payoff and you'll stop randomly missing CS on the first creep wave. Emphasis on, I'll put in my notes or in my message, I'll edit it for you. Emphasis on A, stop A for now. Later, emphasis on spamming stop with right click. You can worry about that later. Let's just get you doing A, stop A for now. Okay? Because you already use A to CS. So that's that. And then that's like your outside of Dota. I usually try to give people who are regularly showing up to sessions, I give them one thing that's outside of Dota. I try to give them one thing that's like early game, which for you, it's the how far up can I go and how long do I want to show once the laning stage is over. I didn't notice anything particularly egregious about your laning stage, that's other than the CSing, which we've already addressed. And then something to just generally think about for the rest of the game. And what I want you to think about is trying to gather information about where the creep waves are at all times. And every time you see a fight, your first thought is, how does this pertain to creep waves? Do I go clear one now? Like, it's okay if you were to clear these camps and, you know, as you're learning, you like walk this way and you're like, oh shit, I need to go back here. And you like go back here. Like, you wasted 15, 20 seconds. That's fine. I'd much rather you waste 15, 20 seconds doubling back than doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Let's just like really drill these habits. So those are like
creating a better.
Yeah, exactly. Do the right thing poorly or slowly rather than being efficient. Does that will let, if we're just thinking about you 1,000 games from now, that's what's going to make you better.
Okay.
I've always had a trouble with that one. I always try to do the wrong thing perfectly rather than the good thing slowly because I'm learning it. So what I wanted to say, so we have the question of when I walk up to a creep wave, am I going for another one? Consciously retreating and advancing. This is something I've told to so many different carry players. These last two things are like food for thought whenever you're thinking about Dota. You know, I don't need you to consciously work on these right now. They're just, I'm also putting them here as helpful notes for myself about things that I know you need to work on, and we'll get to them eventually. But I don't want you to get distracted on those things because they're less important for now than the other things we discussed. Yeah, I can see that you're purely in this rinse and repeat farming pattern way too much. You've spent the last 7 minutes farming the exact same camps with no regard for creep waves. Okay. I know in the short term, I'll be honest with you, because I want to set like equal expectations. You obviously haven't played Dota for quite some time. I think you're going to lose far more than 50% of games. Like, probably 60% of games, I would guess.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be how it is. And that's okay, because, you know, your skill level is according to when you did and not take a break. And I know you've been really busy with life, so just want to set that expectation and know you're not doing anything wrong if you're losing, because I'm expecting that more so than anything. So you're considering walking forward. Okay, so this is the part where I love this. Channel this. Am I like holding spacebar? Is that why that's happening? Okay. So right here, you were like, I'm going to walk forward. Oh, I'm going to scan. I'm not going to walk forward anymore, right? That's what just happened here.
Yeah.
So then I need you to see, oh shit, there's 4 heroes bottom. Now I need you to walk forward again.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? I understand why you were scared.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like however long it takes you to walk forward after seeing this information that tells you you're safe to walk forward, that's your skill level. Are you with me there?
Got it. Yeah.
You already have the instinct for what you're supposed to do. And so we need you to interpret, like, so honestly, I think my number one goal for you is how often can you check the minimap? And when you check it, interpret that information through the lens of, am I going to a creep wave or not? That's all. That's what I need you to focus on for the next however long it takes to drill this out, you know, because you're rusty. So that's what I need you to focus on. And that'll apply until you're hitting your like sick item timings and you're actually being efficient and you're strong enough to fight here. Because what's happening is you're consistently falling behind because of the way that you're playing this part of the game, the whole farming and efficiency and like farming up on the map and stuff. You're consistently behind, which means you're never really strong enough to fight. So you kind of end up in this permanent loop of, I need to keep doing the same thing. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's how we fix this problem of feeling like we can't really fight and all these fights are really awkward. I would have wanted you to go another wave because you saw them all bottom. Same thing. Yeah, it's pretty much rinse and repeat of the same thing. You know, right here. But, oh my god, am I holding spacebar? I've never seen this before. Okay, so you do this. You know they're all bottom because they just showed. And instead of retreating, you walk forward. And there's like a bajillion camps up here. There's like another creep wave to get. And you're 800 gold off of your Satanic. And you're going to get like 400 or 500 gold from this. You might TP base, sell this, get your Satanic, and then take this exact same fight. And maybe you live because you have Satanic. Maybe. But instead you like walked all the way from top lane to here and died without your Satanic. I want this to be shown as proof for a lot of people watching and yourself that there's no amount of button pressing or teamfight awareness that will overcome just learning to farm. Right? It's like,
Agreed.
You could be fucking Miracle without a Satanic, and it could be me with the Satanic, and I will play it better. Like, I will have a better result. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So that's why I emphasize, you know, all this to you and anyone watching is just, let's get the order of operations. This game looks like it's, you know, frustrating to play in regards to every fight's been really tough for you to show up to. You've been kind of, I'd say, looking a little bit wishy-washy whenever I watch you go to fights or not, even starting at the one at like 8 minutes where it was down here and you were like here.
Yeah.
I feel like there's been a lot of wishy-washiness from you. So I even think that for the short term, you can try this. This can be for like 5 games. This doesn't have to be for a long time. You could literally assume for the first 25 minutes of the game, you're not going to show up to a fight, but every time a fight goes on, you walk to the nearest creep wave and push it. Like, if you can get that down, that's a better prerequisite than actually trying to decide if you're supposed to join the fight or not. Because what I need you to do is stop AFKing in the jungle, where your decision now is, do I continue AFKing in the jungle, or do I go to this fight? I want it to be, do I pressure top tower, or go to this fight? Do you know what I mean? Do I pressure top tower and finish my Satanic, or do I go to this fight? That's the decision I want you making. And then you'll actually have interesting decisions. Like, that sounds a lot more fun than, do I continue jungling or show up to this fight? That's like not a fun, interesting decision, in my opinion, right? So if we can get you focused on the right stuff, then suddenly your decisions will be more straightforward. And I think what might be happening, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're trying to make the decision to go to these fights or not, and you're not actually sure what you're seeing, and you're feeling maybe a bit overwhelmed. That's probably happening. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and sometimes like sorry.
No, you're good.
Sometimes like my teammates telling me, "Oh, do this, do that." So like I would listen more to them.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they've been playing longer than me. So So like I get confused if my decisions were correct or if theirs is, So that's the thing that I have to weigh into.
Okay. The biggest problem I've noticed in 90% of the people that I'm coaching is how they handle teammate communication. It's a huge problem for me too. It's not even like I'm acting like I've graduated from that class. What I'll say to you is this. What I'm telling you to do in terms of not showing up to fights in order to farm creep waves, if your teammates communicating to you is preventing you from working on that and just committing to that, I need you to mute them.
Okay.
Like, I don't encourage people to just flat out mute, but I need, like, whenever any of us are playing the game of Dota 2, I'm trying to shift improvement mindset. I'm trying to say, we're trying to work on this thing right now. And everything else in the game, whether it's what our teammates are doing, what the enemy is doing, what we're doing, what our teammates are saying, what the enemy is saying, what hero we're picking, like everything we're doing is to enable us to learn this thing. Like that's so if it gets in the way of us learning this thing, such as I'm trying to practice farming patterns and it gets in the way of me practicing farming patterns to pick 10 different heroes. Because I'm trying to apply a consistent thing to 10 different heroes at the same time. That's really difficult. So like if your goal is to work on farming patterns, we want to limit how many heroes we're playing. And it's like, well, now my goal is to practice a hero. Well, then I need to probably limit the items I'm buying so that I can just practice the fucking hero. You know, I'm limiting things, right? And so if people are getting in the way of our learning, which they do a lot, because Dota players aren't exactly. If you were to say, yeah, I'm trying to practice my farming patterns on Gyro, how are they going to respond to that? They're not going to be very understanding.
Yeah,
right.
Go turbo. Or
go turbo. Go unranked, idiot. Something like that. So the point is that we don't have time and energy to explain to our teammates, who many of them are, quite frankly, not very considerate, not very good at putting them in your shoes, not very empathetic. They're not thinking of you as like, why is he doing that? They're more so thinking, hey, what's wrong with that guy? Like that's what they're thinking, right? So if that's getting in the way of our learning, then we need to just mute them. Any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So we're right about at the hour mark. I think I've given you plenty, in my opinion, to work on this week. Do you have any final questions before I send you off?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Awesome, man. Don't book your next session. Just we'll use the one you had from yesterday sometime next week, and we'll figure out a time. Does that sound good?
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll do.
No problem. See you, dude.
See you.
Okay. The level set of expectations for win-loss is really nice. Yeah, I appreciate that you said that. For me, what I am trying to get better at myself is coaching people the way that I know I need to be coached. Like, not in the sense that everybody gets coached the same way, but in the past, when I was doing things that I knew were improving me, I would get dissuaded by results. Like, I would get dissuaded by short-term losses. And that sucks. It sucks to like work on something and get dissuaded by short-term losses and then give up. And so, I just want to set accurate expectations for myself when I'm learning something new, or if I'm de-rusting. I want to set accurate expectations for myself so that I'm mentally prepared for what's going to happen. And it doesn't stop me from accomplishing my goal. So if I've needed it, my assumption is that, not assumption, I can generally vibe check if other people might need it as well. My gauge is not perfect, but I can generally vibe check if somebody needs that as well. Yeah, I believe in the J curve, Ionis. If you see my mouse and it starts here, when you're learning something new, your skill level does this. J curve. I believe that applies to literally everything you're learning. So I guess strong agree with Quinn there. I will will say, yesterday when you picked that guy's friend, you needed to recognize you broke up their team even though you didn't mean it. I think you may have said sorry. It wasn't on purpose. I'm really tired of empathizing with people when they treat me like shit. So I understand what you're saying. And I to a large degree believe that I can de-escalate these situations, but I also have very limited emotional energy, and I have actually found that I need to stand up for myself a lot more. Otherwise, I end up taking on this huge burden that I get really demoralized and in my own head, and I feel like I'm the problem, and it's a really shitty feeling. So I respect what you're saying as potentially helpful, and it's good to empathize and be kind to people. But I also believe sometimes they need to be told, like, fuck off. I do believe that needs to happen sometimes. And I, quite frankly, have gotten really tired of the way people talk to me. And I'm happy to engage you when you engage me like I'm a human. Do you remember the way they were asking me those questions? Do you remember it? Were they saying, "Hey man, why'd you pick me? My friend was the other captain." That's not what he said, right? He said something along the lines of, "Are you stupid? What the fuck's wrong with you?" He might have actually said exactly that. "Hey BSJ, are you stupid?" I believe that's how I believe that's how he went off immediately. Right? I actually think that's exactly how he started the conversation. Like, let's pull this shit up, actually. We can break this down. I find this interesting. Because at some point, I have to take a fucking stand. Like, I have to be fucking tired of this shit. At some point. Like, let's see how this guy talks to me in the situation that you're talking about. I was Dire. I was what? I was Veno. Where am I here? Is this talking about the Veno game? Yeah, it's right here. Let me find it, guys. So I know you're not trying to bash me. I know that's not what's happening. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Okay. He says something. Oh, okay. I said, "What's up, evidence? Didn't see your message before I picked you." Because he sent the message. Okay, I'll just show you my screen, obviously. Because he sent the message of, like, "Why did you pick me?" And I said, "What's up, evidence? Didn't see your message before I picked you." He said, "You stupid or what, BSJ?" That's his first thing he says. I'm asking, "What's up? I didn't see your message until I picked you. Why Radiant or Ruin?" Because he said Radiant or Ruin. And then he said, "Because I'm friends with him. You stupid or what? Tell me." And I was on the right side, not left. "Why do you even pick me? Tell me." Yes. I asked him, "Is this how you generally talk to people?" He said, "Problems?" And I said, "Because you had support in your marker and the other 6 were core players. That's why I picked you," which is a very reasonable response, right? And he says, "Yes, problems if you send PM to Mason." Like, what are these? Like, how is this person talking to me? Like, I just look at this and I'm like, the last thing I need to hear from a viewer is how I could have handled that better. That's like the last thing I need to hear from you guys. I'll just be honest with you. I understand that you weren't coming at me to attack me, but like, come on. I know you weren't attacking me. I know that you're like trying to be like, you know, BSJ, I know you're trying to like work on your own communication and all that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is this is how I get talked to like 80% of games. You stupid or what? What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, that's how people talk to you. And it's really exhausting. And at some point, I can't just keep being nice to them. I can't just be like, "Yeah, man, sorry I broke up you and your friend, buddy. I'll be better next time." If the guy came at me and said, "Hey, BSJ, I wish you hadn't picked me. I marked Radiant because my friend was captain." And I'd be like, "Oh man, I'm really sorry. I just picked you based on the fact that you were a support. I'll try to keep in mind next time that you're in a party with somebody." Like, I'll say sorry and I'll like own up to it. But like, treat me like a fucking human being first, you know? I'm listening to Brene Brown right now, and the person I listened to before Brene Brown would have responded the way that you were suggested. And let me read this quote from Brene Brown, actually. I'm going to read this quote, actually. Let me go get it. Where is it here? It's in here somewhere. Man, last time I looked for this, I found it like instantly. My girlfriend literally underlined this passage, so. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it doesn't apply perfectly to the situation that we're talking about, but let me read this. The third thing I learned has turned into a mandate by which I live. If you are not in the arena getting your ass kicked on occasion, basically what she's saying is you're not putting yourself out there, I'm not interested in or open to your feedback. There are a million cheap seats in the world today filled with people who will never be brave with their lives, but who will spend every ounce of energy they have hurling advice and judgment at those who dare greatly. Their only contributions are criticism, cynicism, and fear-mongering. If you're criticizing from a place where you're not also putting yourself on the line, I'm not interested in what you have to say. And when I read this is from Dare to Lead, I felt so seen for a second there, where I was just like, the way I'm applying this to my Dota games is if you're not talking to me like I'm a human being, then I'm going to tell you to talk to me like I'm a human being. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to tell you, until you talk to me like a human being, I'm not going to fucking listen to you. Because I'm so tired of the way people talk. And I have to believe that there's a lot of people out there that are really tired of the way that they're getting talked to. And I think I would benefit a lot if I saw higher MMR players talking to their teammates like human beings and calling people out when they're not. I think that we would all benefit with that. So that is kind of the new mantra that I'm putting on. So if you don't talk to me like a human being, I will find some way to tell you that you're not talking to me like a human being. I'm not going to character attack you. I'm not going to tell you that there is something wrong with you. I'm going to say that there is something wrong with what you're doing. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between saying you're being a piece of shit right now versus you're not talking to me in a respectful way. Like, very big difference. So I will be aiming to be that model for myself, for you guys, and hopefully that resonates or means something to you as well. But it means something to me, so that's why I'm doing it. Wonder if it's because you've played longer? I mean, at some point, yes. Like, we've had enough, right? Your patience only goes so far. Your patience only goes so far. And the other one I'm, like, ultra tired of hearing is when I tell somebody that the way they're talking isn't respectful, and they're like, chill, bro. Not a big deal. God, I want to fucking punch you in the face, dude. This is garbage, Jesse. there's plausible deniability in a new game, but yeah, I think when you're that's a good point. When you're playing a new game, you might be like, maybe that guy's just frustrated and he's like learning Deadlock. And it's like, everyone who's talking to you that way has been playing Dota for like 15 fucking years, and they've had like infinite chances to learn and be better, and they just like haven't capitalized on a single fucking one. Someone flames you in Dota, mute him. That's the thing, is I can choose to mute as well. Muting's perfectly fine as an obstacle, but I don't think muting people actually fixes the problem. Because muting them implies that the system that Dota has in place will fix the problem for me. So it's like, I'm choosing to fight a fight. You guys, if you don't want to fight the fight, that's like totally fine. I understand, it's not like your job or anything. And you can just mute people. But I'm choosing to fight the fight, because fuck these guys. And the way that they talk to me. Not fuck these guys. Like, fuck normalizing talking to people like that. You can't fix the world. I shouldn't read comments like this. I just shouldn't read comments like that. I'm not going to acknowledge it. Sorry about that. Dude, Discord is so bad for copying messages. I need to type these messages in Word first and then copy them at the end of the session to my students. Am I captain? I am. I'm going to take a second here. Dude, Discord is so ass, actually. What do we got here? Bunch of support players. I think the biggest turnoff and like instant loss of respect from me, and I have no interest in talking to you, is when somebody says, stop trying to do things better. That's just how it is. Oh, it is my biggest pet peeve. I just have instantly zero desire to talk to you. Absolutely zero. This guy wants to be on Radiant. I mean, but like, you're by far the lowest rank, dude. Like, I can't just ignore where you are in this thing. Like, I'm not picking infinitely higher people just because you asked for it. You're trying to make someone else be better. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm calling them out for not being good enough at what they're saying. I'm calling them out for it. And I'm standing up for myself by saying, I don't like the way you're talking to me. You're like, it's not respectful. And I'm not going to listen to you. That's not me trying to make them better. That's me asserting a boundary and saying, that's not good enough. Try again. And it's not because I'm telling you to be better. I'm saying if you want to talk to me, be better. It's a big difference. And if you don't talk to me in a better way than that, I'm not going to talk to you. I think that's a very big difference. Very big difference. I have an Omni Knight. Kind of just want to pick Huskar with that. Warlord's pretty good too, though. Yeah. I mean, I guess what you effectively did was project the reason that you would say that onto me. And generally, people aren't very aware when they're projecting. I go troll. Yeah, very good troll game. Very good troll game. I am going to buy. This looks good. Maybe you should say that exactly. I don't have time to explain myself every time. I have time to stand up for myself every time. I don't have time to have this discussion that I just had with you every game. This is a Ags Manta game for sure. You have to go Manta because TA will have traps. Epicureanism. I've never read about that, no. Epicureanism. Epicureanism. What does AI say? Ancient Greek philosophy founded by Epicurus that argues that the highest good in life is pleasure, specifically a state of tranquility and freedom from fear and pain. Interesting. Avoidance of pain. I mean, I don't agree with avoiding pain. But I'd have to... I'm not going to act like I understand Epicureanism reading it for 10 seconds.
They probably want to contest top. We can try to get 3 runes.
I don't know why I'm holding this
Jay
skill
might
point.
be
Troll only
out.
has one ability that he levels. This guy's got a Giga Chad fucking build. We can back off, let them have that one. It's good damage. That guy just walked up the fucking hill into us. Like a Giga Chad. Is it Jakiro 4 or Snapfire 4? Snapfire.
Behind. I just took out already.
The guy just fucking solo killed Snap as a Omni Knight.
I'm coming.
This is a really low MMR game, I feel like. I mean, I guess I'm just getting 2v1'd. I hope Omni Knight's doing something. I guess he's pulling. I'm like, I can't actually stop the Snapfire from just denying every creep. Hmm. So Omni Knight wins
gonna
Soul
pull
Ring,
this.
huh? That's interesting. Soul Ring first item is Omni Knight. Not sure what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing it.
Watch him. Guys, can I TP top? 10 seconds, blood grenade, quick kill.
This game is atrocious. Can you pull small? Look at this. This game. This game is, I need to stop dwelling on how bad this game is, but it's really bad. I kind of want to try a different build this game. So do I do that?
Нет, дружище, просто я не думаю, что ты развернешься и будешь с ней драться, понимаешь? Конечно, я не нажму эту кнопку.
I mean, I'm gonna adjust to the game I'm seeing, which is me getting
В чем
ganked a
была
bunch,
бы
so
логика,
I'm
если бы я
gonna-
нажал этот спелл, он
max
бы
out
ушел в
axes.
КД, блядь. И ты бы просто съебался за то, что ты попытался развернуться. В чем суть?
What is? Dude, I unironically, I don't know what I'm watching. What is happening in this game, dude? I guess this item's pretty bad as troll because I make the opponents miss.
Тебе на ульте. Я не понимаю даже, как вы могли ее убить, попробовать. Чем? У вас же нету дэмэджа, чтобы разбить ей щиты. Ember, can you go bot and kill him?
I'm honestly at a loss this game, what I'm watching.
They have sentry. They have sentry.
This lane's gonna push into me, is it not? Is there just like a stacked hard camp or something? I actually don't know like where this wave is.
Ember, look, I have level 6. We can kill Quap anytime with your chains. Okay? В смысле разбивает? Она берет руду и съебывает. Что за хуйня?
Yeah, this game's like incredibly depressing.
Ember, wake up. Go kill. No, come to me, smoke. Блять, ну пожалуйста. Ember, go kill, please. Go win this game with me, please. I'm so fucking tired playing without fucking people.
I mean, I'm down to just be done, right? I guess. I guess we're just done. I don't know. Like, my team's literally not playing. This guy is going Midas Octarine Core. Literally, like, nothing's happened in this game, and my team is just done. So, I don't know. I'll need to ulti a camp in order to get health back. This game's pretty demoralizing, to be honest. I'll just try to focus up. That fortification literally made me miss creeps. It's rough. I remember he's gonna scale. He's got Midas. My Centaur got Helm of the Dominator. Looks like we're farming for a while, guys. We got a Midas and a Helm of the Dominator, so and I'm going Battle Fury, so let's just hit some fruits. He just gave that up willingly? Guess I go here. I won't be able to fight for a really long time. Nice. Bank on the opponent throwing as well. This is literally just a game of which team doesn't break their items. What's going on here? My Ember was busy Midasing a camp, so. Literally, this entire game is just which team is going to break their items. No, the other team is the same. It's not just my team. 100%. For whatever reason, everybody loaded into this game and said, I don't give a shit. My Centaur is very high level. Honestly, even if I'm inefficient, even if I miss some fights, as long as I don't do anything stupid, I think I win this game. So I'm just gonna really ensure I don't do anything stupid. I'm gonna exude all of my mental and emotional energy into like not doing something stupid and getting impatient. I might run into somebody here. Ember's almost got Midas Octarine. He's almost got it. Hope he goes Refresher next. Okay. What's going on down here? Okay. I cannot fight for a really long time, and I'm not going to let myself get baited anything different than that. There might not be a wave coming, because I think Centaur is cutting them all. I'm gonna have to do something weird here in regards to my farm. Literally no creeps to hit, so literally nothing. I mean, might as well let you guys see the minimap I see. They're just letting me get the tower. That's nice. Can we defend bottom Wisdom Shrine, guys? Nice. I don't really want to go BKB, but I kind of have to, maybe. I'm gonna go Ags, though. I have TP coming up here. Hope he kills him. You gonna get him? Oh. Rough. Damn, the Midas Octarine core didn't quite work out. Sadly, that TA lived in my TP was a bit too long. I'm gonna buy a Blink Dagger for accelerating my farm. And then I'm going to buy... probably just BKB. I probably just have to go BKB. I'm gonna go like BKB Ags. I mean, he's just dead, right? Like, this game is so bad, dude. You got a troll summoner here. Okay. Okay. Honestly, maybe I just go like fucking Shadow Blade or something. I'm gonna go Blink. Nice, I actually got a lot of those, oof. Okay. I got more gold for killing Jakiro than they got for killing me, so that's the dream. We're gonna go BKB into, like, I don't know. What's my Ember got? Almost Ags? Dope. This guy got? This guy's going Aura items. That was unexpected. He could lay a trap and kill him with that, but maybe he already used it. Damage or attack range? I generally like attack range a lot. Just gotta embrace how bad this game is. I'm actually higher level than the TA, so that's kind of cool. This Quap has Boots of Travel. Interesting. I'm gonna need to go BKB Nullifier this game, I think. I'm gonna try BKB. This death really sucked, actually. Because now, like, the map really sucks. Is this already cleared? Yeah, he didn't finish it in time. How is he actually dead on Ember? I guess they have an Atos into Dawn ulti.
My problem with this is that TA traps on the map might catch me at some point. I have a DD. Might be a lane. I almost have BKB. I need my BKB, so I'm finishing it. I'll have BKB for the fight mid, guys. I have it. Can I get smoked, Centaur? Can you please fight, please? I farmed a BKB for this. Okay. Huh. Didn't see the refresher. That was a little too strong. GG. I mean, not really GG, but GG. I muted them my entire team this game for sure. My Ember decided at minute 8 or whatever to just go Midas into Octarine Core. And then we couldn't play Dota for the rest of the game. I'm gonna stop picking Troll into Dawn. The matchup seems really hard to play. I'm gonna wait like 2 minutes and then I'm gonna queue again. I think out of the 3 carries I'm playing, all 3 of them are bad into Dawn. So when I see Dawn, I need to consider Huskar, Faceless Void. Terrorblade would be fine. I've seen Dawn a few times, and I wish I wasn't Troll, and I keep picking Trolls, so I'm gonna address that real quick. Terrorblade would be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that was not a fun game. Really not a fun game. You know, you look at those kind of games and you go, well, minus 23. Yeah, I think I'm over picking troll, so I'm gonna like over meaning like I'm picking him too much. Gotta be Quap in the mid lane, BSJ. I think with Queen of Pain, you know who's won the lane by level like 3. You've either won the lane against Quap, or you've lost the lane against Quap by level 3. And the one thing you're not supposed to do is walk up to the creep wave and just get daggered. Generally, you just go jungle on whatever hero you're playing. If you're playing a hero that can't jungle very well, then you have to work on the first 3 levels. And it might just be a really bad matchup for your hero. But... yeah. Do you think that Valve should focus on retaining player base instead of these stupid cosmetic cash grabs? I personally don't really think about much about what Valve should do because they're gonna do what they're gonna do, you know? For me, I don't look at this and think, what else could they have done? Like, that's not what I think. I can understand how, you know, the Dota community hasn't had the best relationship with Valve, so you see this, and it seems like you're somewhat offended by what they're doing. I don't look at it that way. I just look at it as go, like, I love this game, and oh, Valve gave us some hats. Cool. Like, for me, that's what I see when I see this, you know? I'm not consciously assessing what I think Valve should do, nor do I have expectations, nor am I comparing it to what I wish they had done. None of that is happening in my head. Let's roll, sir. Roll it up. 57. Oh, okay, he went off lane. Oh, okay, thanks, man. I don't have him ignored, he didn't say anything. Okay, we're against Nature's Prophet Snap. So here's what I've been noticing. A lot of the heroes in Dota right now are really bad against TB. And I've been losing a lot to TB. So I think I need to get better at TB. Like, I need to practice some TB. So I'm going to do that. We're against Mars Nature, so I definitely need a Quelling Blade. I think it's this. No real opinion of the patch stuff, but generally they're going to do what they're going to do, so I'm not going to think about it, is an awful mentality. I mean, the difference in this mentality is I don't actually see how what I'm saying is a mentality. I see what I'm saying as I don't see a benefit of hoping that Valve does more. For me, like, talking about this, like, say, as a community, we talk about this and we rise up and we tell Valve our opinions. Is that gonna do anything? Is that gonna change anything? Will that affect my life in any way? So for me, it's more like I prefer to talk about how I see what they're doing, which I personally don't mind what they're doing. It's like, okay, that's fun. Like, they've been patching the game once every 4 or 5 months for the last 3 years, and that's just what they're gonna do. So I feel like being offended by what they're doing is a choice. And if you're offended by it, I'm just telling you I'm not, so. If you have a problem with that mentality, you know, I don't know what to say to you. It is what it is. If it reaches Gaben, yes. I think you and I have a very different understanding of what's happening within Valve in regards to Dota. I think Valve is very aware of how much you guys don't like what they're doing. I think they're very aware. I think you guys have made that quite clear. If we think the problem is Valve doesn't know that you guys are unhappy, I think you and I have a different perspective. What's up, Skilly? Cool sentry. We're gonna lose creeps here. Okay, this lane's a fucking disaster. What just happened there, actually?
My patience is rewarded.
Guys, meet.
Or free top right now.
Okay, guys, unlucky. Snapfire, meet in the smoke. To center, meet. Base gameplay.
Stunning, isn't it?
He go for rune, guys, rune. Unlucky, guys. Again, Rihira me. For hero mid, guys. Space created. Again. Yeah, I got him.
Didn't think that would actually work. My death probably doesn't have ult. This looks really bad. I'm up in 7 with meta. Damn. If I had Sunder, I would have finished that TP, I think. How long does meta last? 45. could have just, like, not taken that fight with Mars. That was the correct play. Oh my god, I actually walked into it. I'm gonna take a single point in reflection.
Stunning, isn't it? It's all coming together.
They didn't stack that, huh?
Stunning, isn't it?
Okay. You have like no stuns.
Top. Okay, fine.
Like we literally have no stuns. We have Spear Breaker. Nothing sucks more when you're playing support is when you have 3 ranged non-stunning cores. Like if you're a support this game and you're on our team, like what the fuck are you supposed to do?
Envy the left and I see.
In my head, I would be saved, but I guess Mars makes that difficult. Not bad. guy just killing them all, or what?
It's all coming together.
I didn't know if he was gonna live, so I sundered him. I mean, that was just a dumb death on my part. I feel like super out of it today. I think I'm just really flustered from all these bad games. There's no excuses. I didn't want to fight without DPL, that didn't make sense to me. Does he have like double Midas? No, just one. We literally have no stuns, so I think I need to go Diffusal. I think that's like the only item in the game that like remotely gives Terrorblade a stun. Like, how do I ever hit anybody in this game? Like... I don't know how I hit people in this game, but we're gonna figure it out. I mean, I just never want to play a draft. Very tough. Can we like do Roche? Can we just like walk into Roche and do it? I TP? Mars TP top. Let's just hope for the best. I'm gonna go hit it. Let's go Roche Huskar, please. Oh, there's a DD. Cool. How am I feared that way? Am I actually feared that way? Like, what the fuck? I mean, we have 0 stuns, so I'm gonna walk away because we can't do anything. Oh, man. Being Terrorblade with literally 0 stuns on your team is so fucking depressing. Play a BKB next, I guess. Dude, why are the games lately so fucking ass, dude? This is crazy to me, how bad these games are sometimes. Oh man, it's so depressing. Okay, so I've got a defusal. Okay, I can actually kind of catch people with this defusal. That's cool.
У вас тут Vision стоит.
Terrible Age Illusions are like so fucking useless. Oh, all these camps are gone. That sucks. I'm coming.
Who wants cookies? Well, too bad.
I'm gonna TP2 guys, I think. Is this tower low? No. They're all right there, aren't they? I don't think we should fight into them like that. The question is, do I go Scotty or like Butterfly? I think against like Willow Snap, I have to go Scotty, I think. Our only stun already used it, so... One thing I hate about Lone Druid and like Meepo is I can't check their items like I can check every other hero in the game. My coaching students. I'm going to be a bit late. I assume you're here. Bash his ass. Nice. Actually wasn't sure if that would reflect that. Pretty sure we had a free fight and then we just let them kill us afterwards. Yeah, I agree, cringe. Indeed, cringe. I am going to... Really hard to play against these heroes without a Falcon Blade. Or sorry, without a Dragon Lance / Hurricane Pike. This Lone Druid... Honestly, maybe I'm supposed to go fucking Daedalus. But I'm gonna go Scotty, then Daedalus. The Scotty might be like a huge mistake. I'll have Metamo. Nullifier. Flash bear. No bear, guys. No bear. No bear. Don't chase. Don't chase. 6 lanes. Yeah, we can go rush, actually. Go rush. Go rush. Oh god, I just need fucking like 5 fucking gold, dude. Oh my god.
Smoke.
My meta and shit's down for 40. We need to wait. Be very patient, please. That works.
Rush. Heroes. Roshan.
I'm walking around. I'm walking around. Lol. This game. Fuck this. Dude, I took the talent, man. Oh my god. Thought I had the talent. I mean, I don't have talent, but I thought I had the talent. Jesus Christ, this game. I think I need lifesteal, actually. I'm gonna reset my resources. I'm getting resources. I actually need this in order to... I'm gonna get rid of this. I was gonna get Disperser, but I actually just don't have a slot for it, I think. Honestly, the Diffusal's kind of been owning, so I might regret what I just did.
Не видит.
It's all coming.
They see me here? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Can I fucking click this fucker? We got one guy. I need these fucking creeps, man. This thing fucking lives, I swear to God. I have Thunder. Oh my God, dude.
Are you not using Thunder, bro?
I only pushed the button about 7 times. I must have been stunned consistently. Otherwise, you know, I guess I voluntarily didn't use the button.
Death
Oh, dude. Oh. Oh, I have a fucking banner. Yeah, that is my item. I'll just buy it. I was gonna go Swift Link, so. Once that Huskar gets Ags, we will have a stun. It's gonna be hype. I'm down to smoke it up.
He went back in?
Swap, swap, swap.
I can't swap it.
My Huskar's dying backing or what? I cannot swap there. Dude, this is ridiculous, this game. Can I really not click him? I really need to buy this item. I need the Swift Link fucking bad, dude. I hope he lives. I hope this courier gets to me. Okay.
Good efforts, good efforts. Don't let them divert.
trailer.
Be ready, maybe Furon.
I was on a thing. The watcher. Oh my god, I double blinked.
Put it on down without.
I mean, ooh. GG. Game was too hectic.
Charge, charge, charge.
Are they actually gonna be able to kill that guy? Are they just trying to distract him? I mean, Lone Druid killed our base. Problem is, I had to build to actually kill heroes, like actually catch them, and the Nature's Prophet just built to man fight, so now I can't man fight him because I don't have Butterfly Satanic and he has Butterfly Satanic. Very late for my coaching session, which sucks. Feels really bad as TB if I can't man fight the natures, but Butterfly Satanic will do that every time, so. Yeah, there is so much control on their team and so little on ours. It's like such a difficult game. I had Shadow Demon Spearbreaker when I picked my hero. And then we picked Death Prophet Huskar afterwards. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's just... Whoever picked last really dropped the ball in our draft, I think. Yeah, it's Huskar 10th pick. Honestly, I think instead of Scotty, I was just supposed to go Daedalus Swift Blink. Like, shouldn't be in my inventory, I think. I take the 10 all attributes, facets, or talent, and then I just go Daedalus Swift Blink with the intention to kill people in 3 seconds. Because at that stage of the game, I would actually kill them really fast. Because I went Hurricane Pike as well, but that's because I'm against natures, and if I get sprouted, I'm literally just useless. But at the stage of the game where I would have, so I think I could have gone. I kind of felt it. It was right here when I went BKB. I think I just go Daedalus here. Into Swift Blink, and I honestly just bank on Nature's Prophet. If he gets a Sprout on me, GG, you know. Yeah, I feel like I almost always need some way to deal with Sprout, but I think in this game I needed to go Daedalus here. And then, yeah, it's 666, yes. Yeah, what I'm saying is I liked the Diffusal. That actually netted us, like, some good kills in here. We literally had, like, no stuns and couldn't catch anybody, and the Diffusal actually netted us some kills. I think the Diffusal was a good pickup. But I think here I'm supposed to, like, this Scotty, if this is a Daedalus here. And then Swift Blink right after. I have the Swift Blink, like, right here. And I drop the Quelling, so I have Diffusal, Swift Blink, Daedalus. I think I'm failing to recognize games where fights are gonna, like, I actually need to win the fight in the first, like, 3 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I had this game, and then I feel like my Troll Warlord game from yesterday, I feel like my itemization was not very good in this Troll Warlord game here. So I feel like I'm getting, which I guess is good. I guess I'm getting put in late game scenarios that are really awkward. A lot of losses recently. I mean, we were fighting an uphill battle that entire game. The best chance we had was 36% past 20 minutes. Okay, I have a coaching session. I know you're here, Mog. I apologize for being late. That pub took forever, and I'm also gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll start our session right after. I'm not exactly sure what I was doing pregame. I think I was talking to Twitch chat. I'm not exactly sure, but the fact that I didn't realize we had no stuns until like 12 minutes into the game, that's pretty bad. I do think it's pretty important that I understand our draft earlier than that. Okay, we got our coaching session. Let me, Edify is taking a second. Okay, I'll just call him. Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, thanks. How about you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Got off a crazy game. But yeah, so I was trying to pull up the Medify page. Oh, it's actually letting me do it now. I had seen, I believe you're a 4,500 carry player?
That's right.
Okay. Now I'm trying to find... failing to pull up our I'm a noob at this, apparently. Okay.
Okay, I'm a noob at Dota. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. I blame Metafy because it's anything but me. You've been playing for quite some time. You said you've been playing more seriously for the last like 7 years, but you seem to be playing a good amount of Dota. Is that like all on the weekend? Is it kind of consistent day to day? What's like your situation?
Pretty consistent. Usually play 2 or 3 games each day during the week, and usually more on the weekend.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty consistent. Okay, so you said you've been hovering around that MMR for quite some time, and your goal is to reach Immortal.
Yeah.
So we're gonna look for some key points of consistency. Does that sound good for you today?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I think from, my perception of my gameplay, I think the consistency is like what I lack sometimes.
Cool. Okay. Do you have a game ID for me?
Sure, I've got here, I'll send it in Discord. There you go.
That'd be great. Thank you. I'll share my screen with you. Yeah, so just speaking honestly, how would you say how much autopilot do you go on?
I guess, how do I quantify that?
I'm saying like there's players that come in that say like, yeah, I really struggle with autopilot, and other players are like, not so much. Like it's
I feel like I don't. I definitely make a concerted effort, especially when I'm playing ranked, to, think about the game and think about like, what do I need to be doing right now? What item do I need next? Or like, what items do I imagine myself needing to carry this game?
okay. So if I ask you a question about what you're thinking during this game, you'll probably remember.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I've realized I have to get a gauge of this a little bit because I wouldn't say my last few. I've had a few coaching sessions recently that I've kind of had to break it down from the ground up. So, just wanted to check in. I prefer to ask you what you're thinking during the game. But
Yeah, I'll definitely do my best to answer. I think there's a good chance.
I'm not saying you're letting me down, if that's not the case. More so just trying to explain why I asked you. Okay, so Ursa, one of my boys, one of my favorites. What were your thoughts going into this game? Like picking Ursa, playing Ursa?
Yeah, so I've been prioritizing Jug and Ursa as like my 2 most confident heroes right now. Jug is banned almost every game, so usually that means I'm playing Ursa. So I feel pretty good about having the pick. My thinking going into the game is, we've got the matchup against Tide's okay. When I realized we're against the Witch Doctor, I don't love that. Because, I don't know, there's just, like, Maledict's bullshit. So I'm thinking, I'm just trying to survive the lane, and we're, if we get the chance to pressure Tide, that's great, but I'm not necessarily betting on it because I feel like they have a pretty aggressive lane.
Okay. One thing I've noticed on Ursa is you haven't prepped a single CS where, like, you give yourself a Fury Swipe charge on it. I noticed you didn't do that a single time. Is that something you say you don't usually use very often, or how do you feel about that?
I would say I do it sometimes. I was feeling kind of scared in the beginning, so I wasn't feeling like I could, like, hang out in the wave as much as I might like to, unless it was, like, to walk up and hit the creep.
Okay. Laning stage went a bit rough.
Yeah, at this point, I'm like, this isn't half, I thought maybe it'd be a little hard. I didn't think the lane would be this hard, to be honest. And I think at this point, Skywrath was saying, like, hey, like, be more aggressive. And I'm like, I don't think we can here. Like, I'm just trying to get my last hits, and that's hard. I don't have the extra health to spend, like, trading.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is you guys don't have a small camp. That pretty much accounts for 99% of these problems here.
Yeah, like the lane's way far up a lot more than would be ideal.
Yeah, so I mean, my question is in these moments, you know, for me, this is like a very clear defensive aggro. Like right here, this moment here. My question is like, how much of a problem slash like how often do you use? I've seen you use defensive aggro, so it's not like you don't know how to use it. Is this because you're under duress that you're like forgetting, or like what's going on here?
Yeah, well, I think
Or do
in
you
this
first
game,
off, do you real quick, do you see what I mean by this being an obvious?
yeah, yeah.
Not obvious.
I
but
think
you okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think in this game, like there are times when like I didn't want to be within 500 range of like enough creeps to actually do it. And so I think that was actually like I wanted to do it more, but was like scared I'm gonna get cast and maledicted and then like not even be able to hit the creeps after.
I see. I'm just gonna watch the laning stage one more time, like kind of fast forwarded. I feel like I might have missed something. Okay, so immediately the lane gets blocked. It gets pushed into their tower here. You defensive aggro.
Yeah, right here I'm trying to like pull the creeps and Skywrath keeps aggroing them. I'm like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, I see this. Okay. So what's really
Like
funny?
actually I should have aggroed there.
I feel like you probably could have aggroed like 7 times in this period right now. Like, could have aggroed these at any point.
Yeah.
Could have aggroed them, could have aggroed them, could have aggroed them. Still could have aggroed them, could aggro them now. What's interesting to me is, at this stage of the lane, I think I'm the most concerned. Because I feel like you're playing, like, hyper passive without actually aggroing. Which,
Right.
for me, it's
Yeah, I'm
like...
just not doing anything.
Yeah, for me, it's like... I either want a defensive aggro to my range and get it killed off, or I want to play up in the lane. Like, that's usually, like, the 2 options I play for. There's obviously nuance to Dota. It's not, like, that simple, but...
Right.
I guess I feel like you're playing passive, but you're not, like, playing the aggro according to what it means to play a lane passive.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean. I'm not, like, actively playing it passive as much as I should be, if that's my game plan.
Yeah, and so what's interesting here is that I actually think the better move, if you back here, is rather than pulling the large, I would actually have aggroed these creeps right now. These 3 melees. And then when they get to the range, I would have aggroed them again as a way to get the lane right here. Do you kind of see how that goes?
So why would I want to do that instead of via playing the hard camp? I guess then I'm not going to miss as many creeps.
So what happens if you go pull the hard camp and you have no intention to contest it is this. What happens here?
Yeah, like then they get both.
They just get a big creep for free.
Okay, so I'm basically the main difference is that I'm not giving them the hard camp for free.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And also, so what happens if you do that is you'll have the lane near your tower with 4 creeps instead of 5, or you'll have 4 and they'll have 3 because like one of yours probably died to the ranged creeps. So
Right.
Or one of theirs, I mean. So then you have like a slight momentum in your favor, which then has the lane pushing out, which means that you'll be set up to get the Lotus Orb, or the Lotus, Healing Lotus here. I think the general best thing to have when you're wanting to play the lane passively is to have the lane slightly pushing while near your tower, meaning you have slightly more creeps than they do near your tower.
Okay.
That prevents them from diving you, that prevents them from being overly aggressive. And if it's only slightly, then you can usually kind of keep the lane where it is. If it's like too much, then it pushes. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I've never thought about it that way, and I do feel like when the lane goes well, I feel like I know how to play it well, but this is an instance where obviously it doesn't, and that's part of why I wanted to look at this replay. So it's really helpful.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
a lot of this stuff between like this and this, like you used like, it's good to see that you're clearly thinking about the game. You used one instance, and so since you know one tool and I'm showing you another tool, Then it just boils down to showing you like, okay, he's going to get a creep from this because you have no intention to contest. The time I like pulling large camp is when I can contest them. Like, I'm like Gyro Warlock and we pull the hard camp and like they have no creeps, or I'm down to just fight them there. I much more prefer the hard camp as a extend my lead kind of pull rather than
because you can contest it.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so even if all you're getting is sharing XP with them, if you can like do damage to them in the meantime, like that's something too. As long as he's not like literally walking over and getting it for free. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so in this case, you're just chilling while Skywrath Mage is over there fighting and he dies. Unfortunate. Okay. Okay, so now the lane. I'd say at this point in the lane, there's like 4 or 5 small things, including the small camp, which is a big thing, that have happened where it's like pretty unsalvageable. Like, what I'm trying to say is nothing you can do from here unless the opponent like overextends and dies, is gonna like win you this lane. You know what I mean?
That was definitely my feeling at this point. I'm like, I just want to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so what we're in is damage control now. That's what we're in. Okay. So even in this instance, you staying outside of tower range to... What happens here is you keep the range creeps here by not letting this walk into your tower. So by keeping the range creeps here, you just have now a huge wave pushing into your tower that you can't kill. And you're like, oh, I should maybe go get this. And then you're like, what do I do now? What do I do now? And then... So what I would have wanted...
I should have pulled the creeps back.
Yeah, so what you can do is you can let those range creeps walk in first. It's really important. The biggest thing is when you're looking to play passively, you don't want a bunch of range creeps in front of your tower. This is just setting you up to get shit on. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we can get creative. There's a lot of different solutions that happen here, but any motion you're making in the lane, like this one, that keeps these alive, bad. Very bad.
My intention at the moment was like I wanted to keep the lane in front of my tower, and then I realized when I saw how big the wave was, I was like, oh, I fucked up. This isn't what I want, actually.
You're playing to control the lane. Sorry, you're playing to dictate the lane, and you can't do that when you're losing. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
That's so what you said earlier, I think is really important for you to draw upon. I know how to play the lane when I'm winning, and I don't know how to play the lane when I'm losing. What I'm now telling you in response to that is you play the lane as if you're dictating it no matter what, is what I've
Right, I'm always
now.
playing it like I'm winning.
Yes. So now we can see, like, yeah, pulling the big camp, great when you're winning. Staticking the wave in front of your tower, great when you're winning. But these are not good things when you're wanting to play super passively. These are not good. That's my biggest summary of your laning stage. I'll just put that in the notes here. Playing lanes always as if you are winning. And I think most important thing is which team is dictating the lane and equilibrium and control. Like, which team has this power? And if it's you, do all the things you've been programmed to do. Like, everything that's your gut instinct is probably correct. At least most of it.
I saw you talking about this in a coaching session earlier this week, or a similar concept at least, so that I definitely get where you're coming from.
Okay, great. Yeah, at this point we're Sag.
Oh yeah.
Sag. Very Sag.
One more question on the idea of like pulling the creeps into the tower earlier when there's like the big wave that I ended up missing. Is part of the idea there that like I'd rather, even if it's gonna mess up the lane, like my goal is like I can at least get them under tower and make sure I hit those creeps, and we'll do what we can about the lane after if we can?
That is a good question. I think the biggest thing is that ideally speaking, we dictate the lane equilibrium, we put it in a place that gives us good farm, and then we get good farm.
Right.
Ideally, that's how it goes. And I think what my answer to your question would be is that when you're in a tough lane and you're not like when the answer to the question I asked you is which team is dictating the lane equilibrium and control,
And it's them.
nothing you do should be prioritizing lane equilibrium at all. It should be like fighting for
Okay.
every single CS, minimizing how much, like every single CS, meaning you want to defensive aggro as much as possible. You want to take as little damage as possible. You want to be trading with them as little as possible. You want to be interacting with them as little as possible. And what I mean by interacting is that if you pull it into tower, that kills the creeps. So
Yeah,
you're
and-
there less.
and it- Right, and I'm probably not getting as harassed as much if
Exactly.
I'm under tower.
So what happens there is you're effectively saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to get as many creeps as I can. I have my treads. I'm probably 3/4 HP here. It might still feel kind of bad, but I'll go jungle when I'm almost level 5 with treads. And it's not the end of the world. And if they
Okay.
push the lane into me, or if I see that the lane's now static tier again, I can look to come back.
Okay.
And for me, I kind of view that as what should realistically be worst case scenario. If
Yeah, okay.
you are not getting a pull camp, you died once early in the lane, you don't have control, all that kind of stuff. Does that all make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
I think this is a classic case of trying to control something you can't control, which is the lane equilibrium.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
I've had a few I've had a few players that were like 5500, they probably know who they are if they're here, that would go into lanes assuming they're going to win. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. But so it was really hard for them to adjust when they were losing lanes on heroes that they viewed as like strong laners. And the biggest part about this example is like they went into the game saying, I'm going to win this lane. So then they're not considering what else they can do when they're not at an advantageous matchup, right? Like when they're at a disadvantageous matchup, they're not even thinking about that as a possibility. I feel like just to make it clear, drive it home, is I feel like you've gone into your lanes with the assumption you're supposed to control the lane equilibrium and like keep it in front of your tower. And now we
Yeah,
can... Go ahead.
Yeah, that's definitely the perception I have. Like, whether I win or lose, I should try and put the lane where I want it.
Yeah, I think if you fix that, like if you break that as an assumption, knowing that more it's a luxury that you'd like to have, that's ideal, but you can't control it every game, then you will solve almost all at least the majority of your primary laning stage mistakes. For me, this is absolutely fucking nuts, by the way, that you're, like, fighting them at level 5. Like, I could not believe you did any of this. I guess my question is, what's going on here? Is this, like, a friend
Well,
of
my
yours?
thinking is...
Go ahead.
No, I was solo queuing. Most of my ranked games, I solo queue, the vast majority.
Okay.
So when... My thinking was when Lina came, I'm like, you know, I think we can threaten them, and I'll take any little bit I can get, and the experience would be really helpful, but... I don't know. I feel like that's sometimes like I feel like this is just one of those hard things of Dota, of like making that call of like, is the risk worth it or not, and like how likely is it to work out or not. That was one where I was like, I don't know. I might really regret this, but if my Lina is gonna come and like I think Lina can kill Tide, so if I can be there, get the assist and some experience, like I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that would really help my game. And in this case, it not to say this means the decision was correct, but it did work out. So I was like, okay, that was really good. Like, we needed this.
I got you. Okay. So what I'm going to say is this. I'm not trying to tell you that that's objectively wrong. It's more like I would not do that. But so,
yeah, okay.
But the point is that I think if you recalibrate in these like games where you're not controlling the lane and you're more so operating under how do I minimize interaction and minimize damage taken, you might not even be in the lane when that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think ideally I wouldn't have been honestly watching, and now I'm like, why am I still here?
So what's interesting in my last game, I'll show you a mistake of mine real quick that I think strongly correlates to this situation. To show you what I mean. So this was, I believe, at like 8 minutes. I'll find it pretty quick. So, honestly, this portion of the game, like 6 to 10 minutes, is all about, like, how much of the lane do you think you can contest? And, like, can you
push up the lane? Can you take these two camps? Like, where is the boundary of you and the offlaner and where you want to interact with them,
Yeah.
okay? So, like, what's going to happen here is I'm going to make a similar mistake. Where is it? I'm going to find it. It's coming somewhere. So in this case right here,
Yeah.
even though I'm level 8 and he's level 6, like, so I'm getting baited by the fact that I'm level 8 and he's level 6.
Yeah,
I'm-
you feel strong.
I feel strong, and I'm thinking like, oh, like I should have control of these camps. Like that's what's in
Yeah.
my head. I'm thinking. But then in hindsight, I see that, you know, my Huskar has been getting picked on, so he's like jungling. He doesn't have TP. My Death Prophet doesn't have ultimate. So there's like a lot of reasons in this game that I'm actually not strong, right?
Yeah, there's only one hero showing on the
Yes.
map apart from Mars.
So this is a situation where if I had like this is an exception. It's like, how often am I level 8 and he's level 6 and I'm like, I should leave. It's not very often,
Right.
but these are the kind of mistakes you'll see me making, for instance, right? So what happens here is I think I'm strong. And in theory, I could have just cleared the wave and gone over here and farmed, right? Like
Yeah.
I could just not be here, or I could have gone over here, whatever. Instead, I think I'm strong enough to be here. And then my SD, who's a pro player, comes top and like predicts this happening. I get gone on, and then, you know, I die. And even though I'm level 8, he's level 6, I now draw 4 heroes to my lane and I die. And to think that if I had better map awareness here, or like really perfect crystal clear game sense here, I could have just been over here and none of this happens. So I'm trying to bring to your attention that there's a strong chance your Lina came top based on how you were playing. Dude.
Yeah, we were playing up, we were interacting.
Yeah, so the more
around
that
that time.
you're interacting when you don't want to, the more you're going to end up in random fights.
Right, because your teammates will be like, "Oh, I want to fight too. I'll come fight."
Yes,
with
they
them."
see you. They're reading like your body language. Oh, my Terrablade's
Yeah,
fighting the Mars. You know? Oh, my Ursa's like in lane versus Tide. Let's get him. You know?
Yeah,
but
that
it-
makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to show you, because I think it's like a very parallel example. Don't look at my game history. Very parallel example of like what you're doing here. And it's hard. These are the type of theoreticals that I think are really hard to explain outside of like specific examples, because as carry players, I think most of my students, I'm realizing they don't understand when they're putting themselves in fights and they think, oh, my Lina's here. But in reality, it's actually what you were doing that more likely led to her coming here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, like it's one thing for me, like, "Hey, Lina, come gank my lane," but there's ways that I am kind of saying that without saying it.
Yes, it's more like we're not blaming you, right? We're just saying that, like, you do have some sort of impact on that guy showing up to your lane. That's like the...
Yeah. No, for sure.
I did want to point this out earlier because I'm really immature, but when I paused earlier, during this time, there was like this exact moment, I noticed that you had 169 attack speed and 69 damage, and I just thought that that was
Nice.
really nice, and I just wanted to point that out to everybody watching, because that's the kind of shit that I notice when I'm fucking coaching people.
The important stuff.
Yeah, very important stuff. So like this is another example where, you know,
Yeah, I should be
instead of-
running away.
Yeah,
I should be going and like farming ancients in the small camp over there.
Yeah, so you're doing this, you're clearing this camp or clearing this wave, and then yeah, you should be backing passively to
Yeah, I
the
think
small
I-
camp here. Go ahead.
Watching the replay again, like I think a lot of this is like I tried to farm the large and small camp like way too much when I should have been at like ancients and other.
Do you know
small
what lanes
camp.
it's really good to do that on?
Oh, lanes I'm winning.
Yeah. Actually, in these type of examples, I would have backed off to here. I would have seen what's happening, and I TP here. That's what I showed in the educational Smurf game, by the way. I don't know if
Yes.
you saw that. Yeah, so that's what I,
I
showed
did.
there.
I did.
So
Yeah, that's something I've been trying to incorporate. I was thinking about that as well, but I'm also maybe I'm too afraid of this. I feel like there's times like this where I'm like, I don't want to be in a lane with sniper. I see like maybe I even looked and saw shrapnel falling, and I'm like, can I even get these creeps? And at like 300 health.
let's think about it. How many times did you interact with people unnecessarily that left you at 300 health?
Oh, like a bajillion.
That's what we trying to show is that yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably unrealistic for you now
at 350
Yeah.
HP to TP into a sniper. So maybe in this
Right.
exact instance, no, don't do that. But it's
But
showing.
if I didn't do these other things, then maybe I'd be like 900 health, and it'd be fine for me to catch a wave there.
Yeah,
and then, like,
I'm
farm my
showing
way
you
back
the
through
snowball
our top
effect.
jungle.
Exactly. You just laid it out. There's that snowball effect of limited options now. So the more that we involve
Yeah, okay.
ourselves, we get it really snowballs in terms of limiting our options in the game.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now sniper's here. Okay, now that you got assassinated by sniper, you have absolutely no excuse for not being here.
I think I might TP there. No.
Oof.
Oh, darn.
I like the faith in your former self. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward a bit. I think we've kind of dissected the shit out of the first 12 minutes. I'm just watching the mini-map mostly. Okay, you have Battle Fury. So this is a interesting example, right? Because they're all missing, but I mean, what are the odds all 5 of them are here? What I've
That's
learned,
what I thought.
what I've learned as carry, I've learned this so many times, so I'm just trying to save you some time. If I have a Battle Fury especially, and this is in the current patch,
Yeah.
this better die before I show here, unless everyone in the game is showing. Like,
That makes sense.
just kill
Yeah.
this first, you know? You'll get both, hopefully, meaning, like, if you were to go here and then come back, it's going to be the same as you
Right.
going here and then going there. It's, like, slightly less inefficient, but there's, like, it would take a very clever smoke gank, like, through the gate or behind your tower to kill you back there.
Yeah, and I lose maybe 1 creep.
Yeah. And I've overvalued staying in the safe lane myself a few times, and I think you're heavily overvaluing it as well. The games
Yeah,
that I
it-
win, I just play off map back here with Battle Fury.
Okay.
You know? And think
Yeah,
of
I
it
think,
as... Sorry, real quick, last thing. Think
Yeah,
of it as you need to see things that allow you to do this rather than defaulting to this, which is what you seem to be doing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Go ahead,
I think
you were gonna say something?
Dota Plus tells me I have like a 70% lane win rate, so I think that's why like 2/3 of my games I'm getting practice winning the lane, and so it makes it's good to have these, like, this is exactly what I need, I think, is understanding what to do in these scenarios, and that's part of why I picked this game. So this is super helpful already.
I'm listening. I was just typing notes out for you. Okay. Okay, we fast forward. Same thing here. There's just like camps back here you're not clearing and you're going for the... You are actually causing this, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it's really important that we all understand that if you were just back here, if your teammates die, sure, whatever. But like...
Yeah, they're smoking to me.
Yeah, they're smoking to you. You are at least impacting where they're going. Maybe it's not... I'm not trying to say it's all your fault, dude. But it's like, I want everyone watching to be like, yeah, I see. They're smoking to him. They're playing around him. I just realized I'm blocking the minimap for the entirety of this fucking coaching session, so I apologize to everybody watching. Noob SJ here. But yeah. That was the first time minimap was super relevant, so... I literally told my viewers I'm fucking watching the minimap, and you and I are the only ones that can see it. That's funny. Okay.
nice. Got a smoke kill with your blink.
Yeah, yeah. A little before that, it's like as we were approaching Blink, so saying like I think Centaur was also close to his. I was like, let's just chill, let Centaur and me get Blink, and then we can try and take a fight. Like in general, I feel like even in these losing games, like if I'm Ursa, when I get my Blink, I feel like, you know, unless they happen to be wandering around all as 5, like we can get a kill almost every time. So I really, even in losing games, I feel like that's like my chance to try and start turning it around.
That makes sense. Do you guys get a kill on Bloodseeker and turn this into a Roche? I guess I would hope to some degree that you still understand that this is like what the game looks like. 2k net worth lead for the opponent.
Yeah, it's still like a hard game.
Okay. So when I see this, and I
Yeah.
see this, and I see this, when I have an Aegis, what am I doing with it?
Probably trying to farm aggressively, like maybe get the T1, but
I wouldn't even
like-
say aggressively. I would just say farm.
yeah, like I'm not trying to go super out of my way to like fight with this. Like I'm not, you know, wandering around with my team for the next 5 minutes.
What I would be doing is I'd probably go here for sure because it's right here, and I don't have any desire to be aggressive because of what I just stated. I would hope Lina TP's top. He's probably not going to if you advance on the map. I'll say that much. If you say something along the lines of let's chill and farm for a bit, the odds of him TPing top are like much higher. You know what I mean? So what I hate about this is that they have much stronger team fight than you guys. Your 2 cores that do have items are like all farming items. And we're like aggressive on the map playing together, and I really don't like this at all. I really don't like this. I really don't like this. This is the complete opposite of how I would want this situation to be played. Now Skywrath Mage TP's away, then you TP away, and you have like a Lina with bots.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm supposed to be the one taking like the safe farm on like the bot side, and Lino is supposed to TP top there. And like, what were we doing in their bot jungle?
I think I would be very content if you never hit a hero for this entire Aegis, just to be frank. Because Ursa off map, Skywrath Mage off map, they are not going to split up and farm. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. So is it even worth taking Roche there, or like?
No, it's very good to take Roche, because then what you do with Roche is play the game you want to play with a second life.
So I get to slow the game down.
Yes.
And use it to help like catch up more.
Yes, and they're also like very de-incentivized to kill you or like try to find.
Even if
you.
I get ganked, it's, you know, it's more of a pain for them, and they're less likely to try and do it in the first place.
It's very unlikely for them to be like, let's smoke on the Ursa with Aegis, you know?
Yeah.
That's very unlikely. So the thing is I want you to think that if you guys were to just play 4 separate areas on the map, which team benefits from this, right? And there's argument that both teams kind of have kill potential, but like Tide Sniper don't really move on the map very much. And I'd like you to think that like if anybody on their team, like say one person TP's bottom and the other ones are showing top, you can capitalize on that. I think you're in a situation to make them separate because they don't want to, and then kill them when they separate. That's
really
how
good
I
point.
approach this. Yeah. Ways to use an Aegis than just grouping aggressive. This kind of falls in line with the same problem you have in the laning phase, actually, which is to, like, if you're much stronger than them and you have an Aegis, then what you're doing makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, this is another example of playing like I'm winning when I'm not.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously it's logical. We got Aegis. That generally means we're in control. Let's play like we're in control. So that's what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think my thing is like, well, I don't want to waste the Aegis, so you know, what do we do with it? And my thing is like, well, we can like play a little more aggressively than we would have otherwise and get more farm out of the map. But I get your point. The better option is we don't need to farm more aggressively. We can split up and farm and make, you know, take advantage of it if they do the same.
Yeah, so I would like to rephrase that in your head. I put it in the notes. Aegis is permission to play the game you want to play. Don't assume you have to do anything. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I like that. That's a much more concise way to put it.
Nice. Because I think if I asked you, like, look at your team's items, look at your items, what would you like to do in this game? I'd assume I'd hear something like farm.
Yeah, like I want to get like probably at least like my Shard and Basher, if not a BKB, before we fight.
Yeah, I'd be content to not fight them until I have Basher BKB. I personally would have not gone Shard yet because I think I need Basher BKB in order to fight them. I probably would have... Go ahead.
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about in some of my more recent games. Like I've historically prioritized the Shard pretty heavily. I really like it, but I think it's one of those things where like, well, for some of the winning games, it feels really good to have the Shard be able to like jump in and take a spell and get a kill. I think even in the winning games, I probably over prioritize it, but it's like just not what I need in these harder fights where it's like if I don't have BKB, I might just die. I might have also been thinking, I think in this game, I'm like, oh, well, that little bit for me to like possibly live while I kill Witch Doctor or Bastion during his ult might have over-indexed on that.
I guess the more ahead you are, the faster people have to stun you when you're Ursa.
Yeah.
If they can survive without stunning you for the first 1.2 seconds, then... Or is it 1.1 now? Did they nerf it again? 1.2. I guess what I'm trying to say is I would also classify Shard as a I'm ahead, let's keep going, low cooldown item. I do think Shard's been pretty heavily nerfed on... I mean, it has been heavily nerfed on Ursa.
Yeah, definitely.
And also... I feel like the only Shards that carries ever go are ones that accelerate their farm. Until, like, 25, 30 minutes minimum.
Right, like if I don't have the items that I want to fight, why am I buying this Shard that's only helping me fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first 25 to 30 minutes, other than BKB, every item on carries is to farm. When I think about it right now. Obviously, Blink is a hybrid item, like heroes that go it, like, you know, it's kind of just assumed on Ursa. Except for the guy in my game the other day. Sorry, I'm still not over that yet. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to, like, overgeneralize, but is there any exceptions? Are there Shards that make carries do something other than farm faster, that people go early? Monkey King goes Shard. It doesn't really help. It does kind of help him farm faster, but it's like so good for his survivability that that's kind of an exception. I don't see. I don't see any carries.
I know of the carries I play, Ursa's I think definitely the one where I like most consistently buy Shard at all, perhaps, let alone as early as I do.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just thinking generally speaking rather than just isolating it to Ursa. I do believe that your items are purely to farm or BKB.
Yeah.
And farming survivably is usually the item that comes after Battle Fury. And I actually think the best survivability item while farming is Blink for Ursa. For a hero like Jug, that's why they go Manta. Same with Troll.
Why do you classify Blink as like a survivability item for Ursa while farming?
Because you can... I mean, a lot of times as Ursa, like you... I guess it depends from game to game, but I think of it as a survivability item because it helps me like path around the map. Like there's no item that actually... If I get gone on as Ursa, it just never feels good if I have to like pop BKB and run. It's like, but on Jug, if I get gone on and run away, it's not that big a deal. Same with most other carries. So I guess Ursa's survivability is actually played upon him never getting gone on and just being evasive, and then him choosing to go on you.
Gotcha.
So that's why I would classify it as a
Right, like if I
survivability.
see a hero walk up the hill near the camp I'm farming, I can just blink away.
Yeah, and as Jug, you're fine to just spin away or Manta away. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess what would you do if you see somebody? What does this hero need? And it feels really bad
Yeah,
as
okay.
Ursa to do anything other than blink away, right? Pop a BKB,
That makes sense. Yep.
anything like that. Yeah. That's a good question though.
Yeah, like I think about it, like part of why I like buying it at this point is mainly just like getting around the map faster. It feels like it accelerates farm a little bit.
Yeah, now that I think about it, this is why Ursa buys Blink, is because not only does it help you kill people and farm faster, but it's by far the best survivability item when you're farming as well. Which, that just means it's undeniably the best item in the game for this hero, right?
Yeah.
And it's not the same argument when you're thinking about, like, you know, maybe Jug can go Blink right after Battle Fury, but that's not actually how Jug survives. Jug survives by just walking away
Right.
from you. We're gonna wrap it up in just a second here. Okay, so we use the Aegis, they use Ravage. Who did you go on? Yeah, you did go on Sniper. Let's see what you were thinking.
Yeah, like my thinking that this game in general is like my job is to blink on Sniper and kill him. Like that's how we win these fights. I fucked up my ult that fight. I used it prematurely when I didn't need to, and then I didn't have it when Witch Doctor was ulting.
Can I give you one last food for thought here?
Please.
I'm typing it out and then I'll say it when I do.
Sure.
So when I thought this, I'm like, you're correct to go on Sniper. Like, that's a good target. But my immediate thought when I saw it was, did you see enough to go on Sniper? So I think the part you're skipping is, okay, I know who my target is. Not, okay, I see him go. More, what do I need to see to go on him?
Yeah, my thinking in that fight is like, well, when I have Aegis in particular, I'm like, I don't feel like my thinking was, if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure my team was nearby. I'm like, I don't need to see a lot. I can use the Aegis, force them to ravage me. Maybe that's okay, and we'll win the fight because they had to burn maybe 2 ults to kill me with Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what I would consider your team being near you.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So I get your line of thinking. Mistakes like this are going to happen. I guess what I'm trying... I just want to make sure taking away from this session is that it's not enough to identify your target. It sounds like you've thought about other factors, so it's not like you're just autopilot. Oh, Sniper, get him!
It was definitely a little bit that.
Yeah,
I think maybe it's I see one other hero and I see Sniper, I'm going.
Yeah.
Or one other hero off map.
It needs to be pickier than that, is basically what I'm trying to say. For me, I remember playing a very similar game, actually. I think I was Jug, maybe I was Ursa, against Sniper, and I felt like I needed to see, Tide up here and, Clock go in or something. You know, I want them to go in first or see them elsewhere. Tide's not there. If I see that 2 other heroes are not there for sure, maybe I call for my team to TP, something like this, and it's not enough just to see my target, basically. But yeah.
Yeah, okay. No,
And
that makes sense.
if you're using your Aegis and stuff, even on crucial cooldowns, like on Ravage, and you're not actually, your team can't do anything while you're dying, it's not actually a good trade, in my experience.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, this definitely didn't turn out to be a good trade.
I mean, obviously, in hindsight, it's easy for me to say it didn't work. It's more so just making sure we're on the same page that when you're going to choose your targets correctly, probably, meaning you've got that part down. The next evolution for you is be more precise about what exactly you need to see. And when you go through games like this in the future and you have it go poorly, it's really good to go back through the game and just ask yourself, what spells would I like to see casted? What heroes and where would I like to see them? You know, stuff like this. Like, be as precise as possible, training yourself to see that in the future. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, for sure. That makes sense.
So I think that's a good little exercise for you in case you want to watch your replays at some point. Do you have any questions or thoughts about anything we've said today?
No, I don't think so. This has been super helpful. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Sorry I was a bit late with the pub and everything, but I appreciate your patience.
I plan to have time afterwards. I'm like, we're both Dota players. That sometimes a game goes long.
Yeah, I feel you. I appreciate that. Really, really aware. Situational awareness is high. Maybe not map awareness, but situational awareness. So, see ya, man. Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
That was a nice guy. I don't think I recorded that session. Yeah, I did not, so I'll have to take a timestamp. Oops, no, that's the wrong one. Let me just do this before I forget. Warlord game from yesterday. I feel like I'm getting fighting it up. Like 12 minutes into the game, that's pretty bad. Seconds. Okay, I'll just call him. Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Okay,
Thanks.
I
How about
saved the
you?
session. Okay, guys, I think I got time and energy for one more game today. I'm not too proud of how I've played so far today. I feel like this week's been really hit or miss for me. And I'm also not too happy about my attitude. So, I'm determined going into this game, of the last game of the day, to have a better attitude. So I'll be right back. Gonna go to the bathroom, we'll queue up. Is Roche out of double bashes yet? Hopefully. No problem, Mog. Yeah, good luck. I definitely need it. Haven't really looked at YouTube chat today. How's YouTube chat doing? Hoping for a PL game? Maybe. Problem is the team. When you have Aegis, they need to take the tower. I think if you communicate clearly what you want to do, that's the best thing you can do there, right? Hey guys, let's use this Aegis to farm. You know? Let's split up and farm. We got Lina bot. If you feel like you need to supply more reasoning, hey, I've only got a Battle Fury. Lina's got bots. Let's we got farming items. Let's farm. Easier said than done though, because yeah, Dota players aren't exactly the most. If you say something they don't like, they're not usually thinking, "Oh, what's he thinking?" It's more like, "What's wrong with this guy?" And then they usually verbally attack you. So, not always the best, most conducive. Can you rise from Herald playing support? Of course you can. Absolutely. It's essential.
it's essential that your support hero can farm and push waves, but yeah. I don't think I'm playing carry this game because Nico Baby is a carry player. But I'm also fine if I don't find this lobby. I'm actually going to wait to queue because it's not that I dislike Nico Baby. I just don't want to play in that exact lobby again because I'd like to have captains who are not carry players. Is this my coaching session from earlier? It's from today's the 12th, yeah. So I'm going to take this time to just label this coaching session Buzz 66,000 carry gyro. Did I have any other coaching sessions this week? I don't think I did. Let me check. I was supposed to have one. Oh, I had the one with Lead Wolf. Did I upload that one? I also uploaded the Lead Wolf one from Monday. Decent amount of coaching sessions recently. That's nice. You guys are signing back up for my coaching, so hopefully I'm doing something right. Are we done with both coaching sessions? Yes, sir. We did one right at the start of the stream, if you want to check out the VOD, and we did one just now. Since you're taking a moment, I'm curious, pubs versus pro team play, how much more finesse are the plays and idea in pro team play? I mean, it's like uncomparable, right? I mean, I don't play Pro Dota anymore, so I mean, I just assume that, like, I think I have a better sense of how pubs go. You're liking the consistency now in streams and coaching sessions. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate that. I am very consistent. I'll say that right now. I've cleaned my life up, guys. I've cleaned my life up. And there's going to be consistent content coming as well. We got the pubs coming every week. I'm going to be trying to upload a coaching session here and there, depending on, you know, if I think it'll be good for YouTube. I'm recording content with Airfon, our other coach. So there's content. It's a flowing. And I'm pretty happy. I'm proud of the content I'm making right now. How's life been? Life has been pretty good. You know, I'm pretty happy. I'd say I'm very happy. I have an amazing partner. She makes me very happy. I'm in this period of, I've been in quite the transition period of my life for the last, we started our house search like 8 months ago, and it feels like that was the beginning of a really long transition period. And we're nearing the end of the transition period, I would say. But my life has been quite tumultuous for the last 8 months or so. And right now, you know, I feel like I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's really nice, you know? Here's things you've done in pro games that you'd never suggest to a pub player, right? I mean, I think it's a really important skill for you to understand what could be done in an ideal world, but a lot of it requires your teammates to be on the exact same page. And so knowing that it requires your teammates to be on the same page, you can also be playing a game and be like, I feel like my teammates are not on the same page. So you kind of know, you kind of like rule that one out, you know? Mr. Grumpy, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, dude. That's awesome. I really appreciate the 10 subs there. Thank you for that support, my dude. I recognize some of those names, actually, that got gifted subs. I feel like one thing that's so nice about having like a smaller community is that I recognize names more. I feel like there's more personality to my chat. rather than just being like a glob of people. And I'm really enjoying that aspect. Obviously, in an ideal world, it'd be great to have like what I used to have, like 2,000, 3,000 viewers. But I also think that, I mean, I know for a fact I'm much happier now. So I just think about this kind of stuff, and I see that the 10 gifted subs, I recognize like 8 of those names. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. When does the coaching start? The coaching just ended. So you can check it out at the beginning of the stream. Because I know in YouTube it's quite easy to rewind. So you can go to the very beginning of the stream. And the other one started like an hour ago. So that's where the 2 coaching sessions are. So if you're interested in the coaching sessions, that's where you'll find them. The first one was on Gyro, and the second one was on Ursa. Both carry players. First one was 6K. Second one was 4,500. Yeah, just one more pub for the day. Maybe 2 if I'm really feeling it, but probably not. You can do that in Twitch too? Yeah, you can. You miss streaming on NA hours. So few NA streamers worth watching these days. Shout out to Monkeys. I feel that, man. I feel that. Monkeys is my boy. Even Jenkins left NA, so he's not on NA hours anymore. I do stream NA hours on Mondays. I mean, I guess it's like still not Monday. It's still not NA evenings, which is probably the best time for a lot of adults to watch. Don't toxic, please we win. And this guy says, same team with this guy? Ruin. Dude, Dota sucks sometimes, bro. How much do coaching sessions cost? They are 65 for 30 minutes and 120 for an hour, and you get like a 5% discount if you buy 5. But I always give an extra 15 minutes on the first session because I spend time calibrating to who you are and what I need to teach you. So it's like 45 minutes for the first session or 75. If this guy picks here, we're good. I mean, let's go roll. Roll it up, dude. I got a 2. Can you beat me? Damn. So close. We're gonna play Lion because I want to fist some bitches. Have you ever coached somebody in person? No, I never did the Wagga boot camp. Look at this emblem. That looks so stupid. Yeah, have a good one, Mog. Did the viewership drop coincide with you streaming CET? I had like a pretty big reset in viewership when I moved to Europe. I remember when I like moved back to NA, like in that time, because I was going back and forth, my viewership would like go up. But I do think a large portion of why I've lost viewership is because I don't rage anymore. At least not nearly as much. I mean, I don't really rage at all. I get angry sometimes, but I don't rage. And I think a lot of my viewership was because I raged. And I also think that back then there was like way less competition for good streamers. Like none of the former pro players were streaming yet. You didn't have like Seb or No Tail or Topson or, you know, Arteezy only did like a yearly stream. So I do think even Koigfa didn't exist back then. So I think a large amount of it
still continues if I break the tree, right? I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Ability Draft? I have played Ability Draft. I need to focus up and look at my drafts because earlier I did not look at the drafts. So I'm gonna focus up, guys. I've been enjoying chatting with you, but earlier I didn't even realize I didn't have any stuns until minute 15. So. We have Terrorblade into PL. I am going to go Ags Echo Saber this game. Just you guys fucking wait. I'm going to fucking finger this PL's illusions, and then I'm going to fuck him up with my fist.
Keep it PMA, keep it DSJ.
I mean, I can't show him because you don't have quelling. Like, I can't see him, too. I'd love to show you the Pudge, but I can't. I'm gonna take Hex. I can now. Please stop pinging me. I'll buy a quelling and cut down the trees. Yeah, we can go. I want to make sure he didn't get hooked.
You ping me one more time, I'll break my items.
I don't think so.
I'm not actually gonna break my items. I'm just seeing if he calls my bluff. How'd I miss that? Oh, that's right. Worthwhile trade if he gets him. Nice. You gotta farm the passive on this guy. You gotta farm the innate, I mean. I have the innate that I'm farming hard right now. Voice Spirit's level 5. Can we kill him again, or are you too low?
Oh my god, I got raped! Help!
Coming.
Can we turn? Do you
I
have
think
mana
so.
from me or some shit?
I'm gonna go take the Arcane Rune from this guy. Oh, I tried.
Wait, wait, wait. Maybe he won't go. Maybe he won't go. It will
Sure,
be
man.
worth it,
Sure,
actually.
sure.
Okay, this is good. I'll give you bottle charges if you
Nah,
want.
we're going. I mean, unless the Wind Ranger wants it.
Okay.
This guy needs help. Ugh. I'm going
They
for the
taking our
thing.
wisdom or what?
I don't think we took it.
Nah, I'm coming.
Come on, Wind Ranger. Is it up still, or? No, yeah. Can you take it? I want to see if it's up. Ah, I thought my Terrorblade was jungling. I'm gonna have Finger. I need, like, a little bit more. Okay, Terrorblade. Like, that was a free kill. Damn it. Not. Oh!
I can come budge.
Oh, I wanted to attack him so bad. I didn't get a fucking stack. Damn it.
It's alright.
Where's fucking Voidstone? There it is. Okay. Oh no. Dude, I'm so distracted trying to buy some fucking sentries. This is a real struggle. That was actually the most unnecessary fucking death ever. Oh, focus on BSJ. How much gold did I just give that guy? 300? That's actually so bad. Dude, there's no way you get hit by that. Holy shit.
Huge.
Wow, we actually got him. I'll stack these camps for you, Doug.
I really need to go back. I'm super low.
Yeah, we can smoke when you go back to this. Can you reset so we can use my finger? I want to finger a guy with you. Where do you want to meet me, Timber? Am I like muted or what? This guy's like a viewer of my stream. Like he's talked to me before, so like I know he's not. We can smoke after that. Can you hear me, Timber, or am I deaf? Or are you deaf or what?
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Okay, I need some acknowledgement, man. Like, I need to know that he's, like, hearing my fucking comms. I want to go back for Void Sphere. Can we go back? Can you not reveal? Yeah, go back Void Sphere.
Yeah, actually, good idea. Let's go.
Unlucky that the rune's top. We can still get him, though. Still get him.
Hopefully. Let's,
We can. All the way up.
maybe through here? Behind this tree. Huge. Nice one. Look at this guy. He dies.
I don't think so.
The Wind Ranger just solo killed that guy? Okay.
Oh, oops. Oh my god, you did not see shit, yes.
I need to go bis. Fuck is this guy? Hey, Piggy. Nom, 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 nom. You're gonna make some good bacon, dude. Good bacon. Crimson. Can you go to base on timber after that? I have smoke for when you're at 30 seconds. I have finger. Ah! Into their triangle we go.
On my way.
Tad slow, my friend. Tad slow. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, ba. Okay. That's a good vibes tip right there. Oh, I didn't realize. Classic. You guys think I'm like walking into a void spirit and dying here? Too good, too good. Can you get him timber or what? You fuck them up? They can't kill you, right?
Oh boy. Can we deward this? Okay.
Don't worry, guys. We will deal with PL later. Don't you fucking worry.
The real PL or what? Oh.
I'm the same level as Void Spirit Poggers.
The real PL is here. Can we? Look. He's moving towards the wave. Can we go?
I can't get there.
Where the fuck did they go?
I don't have fingers, so I don't really do damage.
Tormentor in 20, guys. I mean in 30. Whatever.
You're in bottom, or? Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh! Not even close, dude. One might say that I set that up. Did you bait them masterfully? One might say that, yes. One might say that. These guys are mentally done. Honestly, there's like some mentally done virus going on in the Dota community right now. Is everyone like collectively disappointed with the Monster Hunter thing? I think it's kind of nice. There are so many people in my games that are just mentally done. What's the point of having this GPM thing if I just fucking miss all the CS anyway? Uh-oh. Dude, if I had either of my stuns, I might have just soloed that bitch. Okay, I actually gave them 800 gold by dying there, but it doesn't matter. In my games, there's no noticeable difference between tryhards and mentally done. Yeah. I could see that. In all honesty, Dota, I'm really glad that more people are signing up for coaching because Dota recently has just been ass. You know what I mean, chat? Like, everybody seems tilted. Everybody seems really upset. Nobody seems to be having fun. Except for Digital. He has fun. Are you reading any good books at the moment? Yeah, I'm actually reading Dare to Lead by Brene Brown. That's what I'm reading at the moment. It's really good for me, I think, in regards to the job I'm doing right now. It's basically dealing with shame and vulnerability in the workplace and how you overcome these things as a leader and how you navigate through them. I really like the book so far. I mean, if you're playing with Party Queue, then yeah, you can't relate to what I'm saying. Because I think Dota's in a good place right now in terms of the game itself. What's the book name? It's called Dare to Lead by Brene Brown. Dare to Lead. I'm about 50 pages in thus far. I actually need to start saving where I am because I didn't want to fold the corners because my girlfriend has the page is like bookmarked or like sticky noted or whatever. I think I'm like right here. Yeah, this is where I was, page 57. I need to put like a pin in here. Played a few games with friends over the last week. Found that focusing on talking with them over voice while keeping communication with the rest of the team to a minimum. Nice. Honestly, it only really takes like 1 or 2 people on your team that you can coordinate with to significantly increase the positivity of the game. Have you ever read Gifts of Imperfection? I have not. I just started venturing into Brene Brown. I feel like what I'm doing right now is in my life, there's like various stages of like what I need to, of where my growth needs to happen. And Brene Brown is a lot about shame and vulnerability. And that's currently what I believe I need to work on. So I imagine Brene Brown, I mean, I've been listening to some of her stuff and then I've also been reading this. I'm sure I'll venture into some of her other books as well. I read that book for my work. Have you got to the part where she talks about shame yet? It gets a little muddied in my head because I'm listening to her workshop on audiobook, and she's talked about shame in there, but I don't think she's talked about shame in this book yet. From where I've read. Yeah, I see shame is like page 120, so I haven't gotten there yet. I guess the better question is, what is your interpretation of what she thinks about shame? And so basically, what are you asking me if I agree with? When's the last time you party queued? It's been a while. You can't party queue at this bracket for ranked, so it's been quite some time. Was steadily getting 6K MMR from 4K. Now I got to 6K, but stuck here for the past 2 months. Any advice on this rating? I don't have anything that immediately comes to mind for that. I mean, I think a lot about 6K is you generally know what to do. It's oftentimes how consistent you are about applying it. This is my experience. But that doesn't really give you actionable advice. Yeah, I can't do push-ups on this setup. It only really takes one person. Me and my friend managed over 90% win rate. Over 100 games one time, duo queuing, I believe it. Sign up for BSJ coaching. I mean, I'm always happy to help with coaching, but yeah, I'm not gonna instant pitch myself to somebody when they're asking me a question. What book are we talking about? Dare to Lead by Brené Brown. Dare to Lead. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be done for the day. Yeah, I'll leave it open if anybody wants to chat about stuff. That's the book I'm reading right now. My girlfriend and I just got done watching The Good Place first season. I've seen the first and second season, but it was like 7 years ago or something, so we really enjoyed the first season. And we're still watching Modern Family. We're on like season 11 or something of Modern Family, maybe 10. I don't think I'll ever show my hands on stream other than like right now. These magical hands. If I recall correctly, she thinks shame is never a good thing. She thinks shame traps people and doesn't motivate them to be better versions of themselves. She thinks the good version of that emotion is called guilt. While I agree for the most part, I think her definition of shame isn't quite fair. I think it's okay to some people should feel ashamed, but not that people should stay ashamed. Staying ashamed is not helpful, but I think shame can be a helpful emotion. Yeah, that sounds right based on what I've heard in her workshop so far. What your description of what she said. I mean, my immediate question is, what's an example of that you think is a benefit of being ashamed? Like, when's a good example to shame somebody? I think that's like a good question. Flex your biceps? Sure. They're not that big right now. I've kind of been slacking. Public shaming definitely needs a comeback. I mean, generally speaking, I'm on Brené Brown's side here. Like, I do largely agree with what she's saying. Like, if you're asking for my opinion. I don't think, like, I already kind of talked about this before. I read the book Punished by Rewards, and I don't believe in punishment and rewards as like a effective method of changing behavior over the long term. Is it helpful telling someone they shouldn't feel ashamed? No, definitely not. That's not what anybody's saying here. Like, if somebody is feeling shame, it definitely does not help to tell them they shouldn't feel it. That definitely does not help. What Brene Brown is advocating for is that, in my words, what she's advocating for is that there are things we do to each other that shame each other, and that's never something we should purposely do. Are you familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect? I am. I am indeed familiar with it. Reminds me of the reels on social media. Some extreme stance prove me wrong. I think I should feel like if I cheat on a test, I think I should feel ashamed, and that shame should motivate me to tell the professor, and I did. So so what you're literally saying. So people there, I know a lot of people here have not read the book. The Brene Brown's description or distinction between guilt and shame, which I agree with. Like, I've never thought about it until this, like before I read her books, but it makes sense to me. When you do something like cheat on a test, shame is, I am a horrible person for cheating on this test, while guilt is, that is a horrible thing that I did. Like, it is not according to my values, and I am, I feel guilty because of the thing that I did. While feeling ashamed is literally saying, I am a terrible person for having done this, and I see no benefit to labeling yourself or judging yourself or shaming yourself. I don't see the benefit of that. It's like, I think guilt very much accomplishes what you're saying. Like, she advocates that guilt is good. Like, guilt is something that guides us, and that shame is what drives us to do very terrible things, and that, everybody has their points of shame, and being aware of them is really important. But advocating that when I cheat on a test that I should tell myself I'm a horrible person, as opposed to that's a horrible thing that I did, I don't think that's a good thing to advocate for, and I don't think that's ever, like, healthy. I don't think there's ever a time where that's the better thing to do. Like, that lines up with everything that I learned from Marshall Rosenberg that I've studied recently, which is all about talking about people's actions rather than talking about who they are. That too quickly, that is, like, humans, we are too quick to character attack people. We're too quick to judge their entire being for one action that they've committed. So, like, I'm much more on the train of looking at people's actions than I am at looking at people as a whole. And I think that judgment and shame and all that is very dangerous. So that's where I stand. That's where I stand. So guilt is more in the moment, and shame is closer to everlasting. There is a very clear distinction I'm making. Let me know if I need to explain it differently. When I do something bad, guilt is, that thing I did is bad, and I feel bad about the bad thing that I did. Shame is, I am bad for having done this, and I feel bad about me as a person. It has nothing to do with the duration in which you experience it. But of course, based on the description of the two, shame is much more dangerous, and it's much more likely to last, right? Like, guilt is only tied to that action, while shame is tied to you. So very much, shame will last much longer. But the definition itself is not rooted in anything to do with how long it lasts. But I think by definition, like just by nature of the way these two things work, shame will last much longer than guilt. Did you see her on Diary CO? Yeah, I did. I did see her on Diary CO. I loved that talk. My girlfriend had read a lot of her books maybe like a year or two ago. And so she already had this book. Like I didn't even have to order it. My girlfriend just already had it. And yeah, I had heard of her before. I think I saw her TED Talk from a while back. And then yeah, I saw her on Diary of CEO, and I mentioned like, oh yeah, I really liked that episode. And then my girlfriend's like, yeah, I have a few of her books. You should check them out. And like right when I listened to her episode on Diary of a CEO, I knew in my head, I'm like, this is the person that I need to listen to. Like I actually need to learn from this person. I just knew it like instantly. So it was the same when I heard Marshall like 2-3 months ago, because Marshall talks about dealing with how to communicate with people non-violently, and I definitely needed that, being a Dota player and trying to navigate a community and stuff. But Bernays is much more about shame and guilt, or shame and vulnerability, and I think that, I mean, long story short, I had a conversation with Dr. K last week, you know, not streamed or anything. You may see it eventually, but I had a conversation with Dr. K, and it became very clear to me what was holding me back, and it was not a pleasant conversation. We'll leave it at that. But I knew instantly after having that conversation and then watching the episode of Diary of a CEO from Brene Brown, I'm like, okay, this is the person I need to listen to. So that's my story right now. I think feeling stuck with a label does drive people to do terrible things, but what about labeling yourself with something temporary? I'm a weaker person because I give into rage, but I can get better and become a stronger person, so this label doesn't cage me. I don't personally benefit from that, and I wouldn't advocate that. I've done a lot of thinking on this in the last few years, and my overwhelming conclusion is not once has it helped me to label myself in any way. Like, it just doesn't help me. That's like a almost certain overwhelming conclusion that I've come to. So I don't see benefit to labeling myself. Is Dr. K your therapist? No, we did group therapy like 5 years ago, and I got to know him pretty well. That was the first time I had talked to Dr. K since like April, maybe May. He's a very busy guy. But I know him. I know him decently well. Your girlfriend got her books? That's marriage material right there. Yeah, I mean, my girlfriend's amazing. She'll be the one. It's just a matter of time. We currently did the move-in phase. Next year, we have the date planned for us to go buy some cats. And then I think the next one after that's probably marriage, but we'll get there when we get there. One step at a time. I used to get shamed for being clumsy at one workplace, and the person doing it was also very close to dialogue and a very difficult person in general, resorting even to physical bullying. Yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I have experienced firsthand, like, how unpleasant a workplace can be with one person that you really don't want to, that really doesn't treat you well. I actually worked at Chipotle for 2 years, and my manager consistently scheduled my shifts during my classes after repeatedly asking me, or after I repeatedly told him and gave him my schedule and told him I can't work during my classes. And he said, well, if you can't make it, then it's your job to fill the, like, to get covered for. And I just remember that, and it's like, man, one person in your workplace can just be absolutely, it can just be demoralizing. While interesting, while I haven't had the same experience, I do think that's helpful. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, man. I mean, when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm never going to tell you there's a right or wrong answer, right? I mean, I'm going to tell you what answer I've found to be best for me. And that's the best I can do, right? But yeah, man, I appreciate these discussions. I think the most unpleasant people to talk to, which honestly is a lot of people, but it's not like black and white. It's like a degree. You know, it's like a dial. The most unpleasant people to talk to are when they present their opinion and they're not leaving it open for people to like agree or disagree with them. Like the way they talk, it comes off as like you're stupid or lesser than or missing something if you don't agree with them. And a lot of people do that. But there's just some people who do it like all the time. And for me, I just don't want to talk to you. I don't want to like, okay, man, great. You have your opinion. Like, I'll just not talk to you anymore. That's fine. Hey, BSJ, you're doing a great job, man. What book can you recommend for personal struggles? Like things that make you feel stuck. Personal struggles, things that make you feel stuck. For that exact topic, I haven't been really reading any books. I've watched a lot of Dr. K stuff and podcasts. I haven't as much read books about being stuck. Does anybody in chat have good recommendations? Maybe I've read them and I'm just not remembering. Yeah, I understand it's a generic question, but it's not like super generic. It's generic, but oh yeah, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck's a good one. I like that one. That's a good book. I did read that. I like that book. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. I read that like 3 years ago, I think. I read too much nonfiction. I'm trying to read more in general right now, but it's not even trying to read more in general. I'm trying to not use technology in bed. And so far, I've been doing that for like 4 days. And my two things I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to not use technology in bed when I go to bed at night. And I'm trying to get out of bed the second I wake up. And I'm on a 4-day streak right now. So we're on a hot streak right now. Agree. Nuanced and open people are great. It can be hard as it requires courage to change opinions since we often identify with our opinions. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. For me personally, I've had to shed like layers upon layers of ego in order to speak more nuanced. Like I think that being tied to your opinions is like very ego driven. Because for me personally, ego being tied to opinions is because you feel lesser or more than for having the right or wrong opinion. And when somebody tells you you're wrong, you feel bad about yourself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like really hard to admit to yourself that your opinion is not wrong per se, but that it's misguided or lacking all the information, stuff like this, right? Trying not to use tech in bed, that's what she said. Let's look at Twitch or YouTube chat. Maybe there's something in there. 3 Body Problem. Yeah, I read the first one. I got like halfway through the second one. Looks like they're having a chat about sci-fi over there. I miss Chipotle. I don't miss working there exactly. It was a really good period of my life because I was coming out of depression when I worked at Chipotle, and it really helped me get back on my feet. So like I have fond memories of working at Chipotle. Of course, I would never want to work there again. But good times. Yeah, I mean, right now I'm not looking to read more nonfiction. I need to work my way there, but it's not like immediately where I'm at right now. I'm currently in the rewire myself to like not default to technology in bed, basically. Like, I want to disconnect the idea that when I lay in bed that I look at my phone. And that's like a pretty hard divorce to make happen, I think. What's my MMR right now? It's like 11.3 or something. 11.38. We had such a bad loss streak in here. Sometimes unlearning is better than learning. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like get rid of the bad thing first and then replace it with the good thing later. For sure. But okay, guys, I had a nice stream. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I'll be back online tomorrow morning, which is doing some quick maths. About 14 or 15 hours from now is when I'll be back online. So, yeah, thanks for joining me today, guys. I had a nice stream. Maybe the Dota games weren't the best, but I had a couple nice coaching sessions, nice chat with you guys. And, yeah. I am trying to do that to have better sleep, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to have better sleep, but I also find that my brain has been less at peace in the last 4 or 5 months because of all the things going on in my life. And I think that that's properly addressed through stuff like reading, taking walks, yoga, you know, healthy things in my experience. And when I numb myself with like YouTube videos or like doom scrolling, that however much I numb myself during the day, I feel that in bed. Like I feel that, it sounds sexual, but I feel that when I try to go to sleep. That's how it feels. And it lines up with what everybody else says, like all the psychiatrists and stuff. So that's what I'm doing right now. And just trying to give myself some more peace, you know? But how's your eyesight? It was actually getting worse. My health was rapidly declining at age like 27 or 8. My eyes were going worse. I was having back pain. And I was just very sedentary. I streamed 10 hours a day. But nowadays, my eyesight's better. And I do go outside more. And I don't have back pain anymore. I go to the gym at least like 3 days a week. What did you do to change those things? Well, I said I was going to go, and now people are asking me questions. Honestly, for my back, it was about taking walks and going to the gym. Really nothing more to it than that. Being active solved the back problem. It just stopped. Because back then I weighed like 15, 20 kilo or 20 pounds overweight. And, you know, like 7 kilos. And I wasn't being very active. So, yeah, it just led to me having back problems. You just put your phone in a different room and come to the bedroom after. So far, I'm not doing that yet. We did talk about that, my girlfriend and I. So that may be what we do. But for now, I haven't had issues just putting it on the ground and not using it. But if it feels like too much willpower is being used, then yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. But yeah. Yeah. I really do enjoy these conversations. And I just need to go make some dinner because my girlfriend gets back in about an hour. So thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a great evening, rest of your day. Bye-bye.